Please hear me. Please hear me. No. Why? You just not let me sap that, man. I mean, I guess he got stunned after, but at least they give me a free restock. Love to see it. Beige that. Beige doesn't go off. Wait on Growth here before I grab this guy. Go some more for the healer. And then my guy just dies without bubbling or laying or healer CDing. Well, at least I 6-0'd the last lobby, but... One day I'll ever get a dispel. It'll be insane. Push the right UCDs this time. Kill this guy in one. Or he can just heal me on everything. And I can just not get an improved road after my subterfuge for no reason. Painted that, should be okay. I only have dots on one person, my guy's gonna die. Yeah. I think this red's just going 0-6 because he's a bot. Something, but... At least we 6-0'd the last lobby. This guy's so fucking heavy. I'm not gonna get there to grow out. That was good kiting on his end. I mean, he's still CCing himself though. I hate that axe toss, it just broke my blind. And I might have had a sap out of that because lasso doesn't always get palmed at. And I can't swap them now. It's like a triple bad fucking axe toss. It's like mid-blind. There's like no point for it. Can't go sap that, he's too far. Actually, I still get it. Maybe sap trinket? I'm just gonna babysit 3 saps. Happy dance this guy. Cares about my DPS. Gouge Zora Mastery into a kidney. So grounding. Death mark this guy in 3. Moloch's gonna die in like the next 2 globals if I don't kill. I have Vanish Peels after the Searing Glare in 2. No out for that. Hopefully he kills the DH. Another walk. I'll gouge when I get there. I have to just gouge the peel, I think. Can blind healer in 1, but we're dead. Yeah. Unfortunate. Well, go 06 after going 6-0. Because these guys can't kill anything, and he like to axe toss my CC. I tried to CC too much that game though. CC's bad. I'll bomb the sleepwalk, I guess. Oh, he still gets it. And the guy's just dead. With like Blink and everything, but this is just a fucking win trade. It's actually insane. Yes, DH is going 6-0 even though he doesn't deserve it. Copium. He hasn't backflipped anything. He hasn't even stopped an opener. Isn't even peeling. Wasted darkness. But the rat no bubbled on me, and this warlock is terrible with his X toss. And just presses howl randomly. Try stays combat so I don't get the sap that I wanted. Dying through evasion and cloak. Tank out of the way for later. Good block precog so I die. Bomb defensively, I guess. My healer gets wrapped, I'm dead. Hiss up the rep fear and fucking hex at the same time because it didn't break. Alright, it's just an 06 after going 6-0. At least the next Q will be quicker, hopefully. Opium. Go 6-0 on off stream, turn on stream, go 06. Oh yeah. It should be like an easy 6-0 for me though. It is a ret belly though, but and lead dispel on dragon's kind of annoying, but wanted to get the Growth unlocked, but dying in vanish because it doesn't actually stop any of his bullshit. Parts before I can get the Growth. I'm there for Link, but staying in Northern. Defensively smoke bombing, I guess. Since we're just training healer anyway. Actually, no, we're not. Bombing Emerald would have been really good here, but got permaline because they got CC. I have one shot kind of soon. Did I get a re here? No, the pets are just stopping it. Cloak in 10, but I could just die. There's no Link for me. Trying not to line him. I have Cloak in 2. Sleep. Melts on everything. And I just died to air. I go 6-0, I gain 80 MMR. I go 0-6, I lose 120 MMR. That's fair. It is annoying dealing with Bleed Dispel and Bop and Sank, but it is Blizzard. At least the keys will be quicker. I still need to fix my beta vertical layout. That was really good for tournaments and stuff. For Shuffle, it's hard to kill people because it's such a dampener tank spec. Not fun to play unless you're just playing a 10-minute tournament game where you do nothing all game. Trying to make the vertical layout look good, but for beta. But I guess I'll have to do. Two setting on that sub rogue? I have both. I've just been testing two set. I built it for an ASA set. But yeah, we got to 90 on the beta. This is kind of what my full talent tree looks like right now because this still isn't in, so I don't know what this talent does yet. I don't feel like I have energy issues to need Master of Shadows. First Dance is pretty terrible in PvP, so like if this talent's good, I'll do that. Strangely, I've never really liked Outlaw. Stupid that it gets bonus stamina for no reason. Roll the Bones is stupid design. And Between the Eyes spam is heavily RNG. And then Grapple is just less fun than Shadow Step because it bugs out a lot. And you also can't like step kick things. You're just there to have cooldown reduction on finishers and to just have infinite uptime and constantly be vanishing and grappling. So that it doesn't really matter if healers line you. You just grapple to the pillar, stun, grapple back. Like there's not really any counterplay to it or any really interaction to it. It's really, really terribly for the game. And then Asa, you just run around growing everything and you do top damage. I think there's the talent for it's gone. Yeah, the main things that are different here on the beta is this is dance duration, not dance cooldown. You always have 30-second dance. You get 20% crit damage here. Finality is basically permanent 30% of this crit damage, also passive. Cold Blood is passive. Builder's crit give you that. So there's just less modifiers. You don't play T anymore because it doesn't give you mastery. And you have plenty of energy without it. So you can kind of either play like a Gormoth build like this with Rotten. Or you can kind of still take Finality and do something like this. But yeah, you get to have Subterfuge, you get to play a lot of things. It's kind of cool. And then if you get the guaranteed finisher back-to-back, this weak or you have like a built-in weak aura where this will light up. Kind of like a pyro proc. And it's kind of nice. Unfortunately, even at level 90, you can't do the AI training grounds. It just doesn't work. And no sane PvPer is gonna quest for like 10 plus hours leveling, so I'm never gonna get a skirmish pop. Gotta wait for them to like make max level template characters kind of thing. I did have some world PvP though earlier. Yeah, the PP vendors are over here. Our tier set's pretty good too. So yeah, if you can go to Venture, item sets. Yeah, finishing moves still 1.5 per combo point spent. Which would probably be halved to PvP to 0.7, but it's still not bad. Because on a 7-point finisher, right? 1.5 times 7, then you cut that in half, more or less. Or maybe I should still pre-half it. 0.75 times 7. Yeah, 5.25 pre-finisher damage. Not bad. 4 seconds longer on blade seems really nice. Auto attacks are also a lot more important. So auto attacks might be a bigger thing to buff. But I think our tier set's really good. And the stat weights on it's not that terrible. Verse Mastery Helmet, best of slot. Heavy Mastery Shoulders, not terrible. Crit Mastery Chest. Crits were really good this expansion, so that's probably good. I probably wouldn't go the gloves. And then these still have Versa on it at least. So it'd probably be everything but gloves. I don't know, gloves are also a lower stat weight though. If anything, maybe it's the chest that you ditch. Because it's heavy crit. And you could just do a verse mastery chest kind of thing. Nah, you don't really need haste. You always have baseline 30 dance. This increases dance duration. And then this lowers symbols cooldown based on haste. But like if you're playing triple symbols, you already don't need that. And if you're playing even with 2 symbols, you don't really need this. And it doesn't scale that well. You'd have to go like full haste to like save a couple seconds. Like they're not, I don't think haste is good still. Nah, it's still 30. The catalyst doesn't work. Yeah, baseline 30-second dance is great. The only thing I don't like is what they kind of did to the hero talents. It's a lot harder to switch your Deathstalker mark around. It gets like stuck on a target. So if you get kited forever, or like you do a Darkest Night of Vis, like swapping someone and you move your stacks to them, you can't like move your stacks back to someone new with Shadow Strike. Because they thought PvEers were too stupid to care about not wanting to reset their stacks all the time. Which I think is, hopefully that's a bug or something, but they were writing about how they were doing that with Asa with Garrote. I think it's incredibly stupid, right? That I can have stacks on this guy, and then I want to swap this guy because this guy's kiting me forever, and I can't hit him anymore. It doesn't move my stacks. So now it's like my hero talent is completely useless unless I can get to the guy that's kiting me forever. Which is fucking dog shit design. But, yeah. How you doing, Slate? But everything else is great. Because, like, that might just be a reason to play Trickster, to be honest. If that's intentional or not. But I love that T's gone. I love that you get to play 2 Vanishes and Subterfuge. I love that there's, like, a built-in weak aura for Ancient Arts, which is, like, basically the new Shadowcraft double finisher. I like that you can play Gorma and Rotten. I mean, it might not even be that good still. It does, like, a decent bit, though. Like, with Rotten, it's like, 30 13k right now, I think with about a bunch of other modifiers. Let me see. $14k non-crit. Out of like, yeah, it's kind of bad. It's just Gormon's good for energy regen is the thing. I haven't really tested that much Outlaw. I just know Asa's losing AoE Garrote. And I think Sub might be the spec because Outlaw and Asa are going to have one cheap shot. Sub has shot in the dark. So you'll kind of be double cheap shotting every go. Potentially triple cheap shotting if you're like vanishing around. So yeah. I mean, leveling was kind of weird, but I don't think it's that much slower. It's just, yeah, the no UI stuff. Why is crit better than Mid-Eye for still playing around Darkest? If you end up playing Trickster. But it's also just because like you get more Cold Blood procs. And then your builders do more damage in general. And you have lethality. And you have way more crit damage modifiers. So finality isn't a damage buff anymore. It's just a crit value. And then this is also crit value. The planned execution, the symbols damage or symbols crit is now crit damage, 10% more crit. And then this is, the finality is 30% more crit. And then this hero talent is 20% more crit. So yeah, you get a lot of crit damage modifiers. Pretty not bad. I mean, you're just trading Gorma for T and that's it for Rogue. For healers and stuff, yeah, I think so. But healers need to be dumbed down so the Qs get faster, I think. I don't know. Alpha build for retail. The rest is normal T build the Calvish plays. So it's actually only one cheap. I thought it was two. The second cheap is just your shot in the dark. So it's kind of a big deal, but I mean, you'll have it every DR. Yeah, your second charge is this. Watch AWC. I didn't see the finals. I was on my phone watching third place tiebreaker for EU, and that's about all I saw. I didn't see NA. I didn't see. It was like an hour and a half series. I had like 2 hours of downtime IRL before I had my plans on Sunday, and I was like sitting around in my car waiting for like an hour. And I was just watching the third place game between Big Mix and. Yeah. That was like a really long series, watching them try to play FMP. Like, that's just team versus Big Mix. Like, but I didn't get to see the grand finals with Waz, and I didn't get to see, which I heard Big Mix won. And I heard Calvish won NA, but I haven't seen the games. I mean, survival is always really good. You don't care about being disarmed, because you know you just dilly poo throw bombs and poisons. Yeah, they played Hunter Ellie with like Swapsy. It's like Hunter just fucks Rogue with 4 different DRs appeal. You get stunned, you get scattered, you get disarmed, you get rossed. Like the one time you're not, you know, scattered, disarmed from across the map, you just get crit immunity and you have to swap anyway. Really obnoxious to fight like a survival, but like 99% of survivals are awful, so it's like playable, but yeah. insane, like, how defensive a hunter could be while also topping damage. Like, all 3 hunter specs are S tier. Yeah, I didn't see the finals. I saw them playing Hunter Ellie in the 3rd place game that they won. It definitely has a bit of keybinds. I want to play one next expansion a little bit. Forgot where I do the player housing quest. I haven't tested housing at all. I heard survival looks good next expansion. I don't know. Apex talents, CDs? I think they're not that confusing. Sometimes you get double rupture from this too. This is just basically what Shadowcraft used to be. If you have like passive combo points. But yeah, I do think this probably is better. I don't know how I feel about the new Danse Macabre. It's not a modifier either, it's just every spell casts some damage. But that's a really low amount of damage. Is it? I don't know then. I've heard like conflicting things then. I just don't know where to go for housing at all. I wish I could just do the training ground stuff, but it doesn't even let you do that. It just stays paused forever. Triple Simbi. It's just a flat damage modifier and making sure you always have a symbols. It's extra 3% damage. And it's just rotten is like an extra 35 more on Gorma. And Gorma means you get to basically have infinite energy. It gives you 3 free finishers. They're giving you energy back on Relentless Strikes. Every 16 seconds you won't. Because you're doing goes more often. You have 2 charges, 30-second CD. I wouldn't play sub anything besides Mage. Mage is like the only thing strong enough to carry sub. If you play Asa, you can play other comps, but like maybe you could try to cheese with the Hunter if he's really, really good. Or like play Rogue Boomy, but sub is more of like a Rogue Mirror cheese kind of thing. Generally, most cases you're going to get better mileage out of Asa. But I don't enjoy playing Asa. Even though I've been playing it in Shuffle the last couple days. Because I'm already #1 on sub. Actually, I should double check. Did I get past? Might need a Q game. Nope, no one passed me. Punch in air, true. Is there like a keybind or something? I mean, 2.5 is not that low right now. Like 2.7 is pretty high if you're not playing a bottom spec. Founder's Point, is this the housing place? I think so. Yeah. Yeah, but that's all people's alts, right? But yeah, I tanked my alt really bad as sub. Like I struggle on 2.6 games sometimes. Like my main's like 2.7 for number one. It's mostly just previous season MMR because they don't wipe MMR. Like I'm negative win rate. The number one. That's how dog shit sub is. Pretty much only Calvish could have like a fucking 55% win rate on that spec. It's one of the worst specs in the game in Shuffle. Like maybe Enhance is worse. That's about it. There's just too many rep paladins and shit everywhere. And hunters are also really obnoxious. And you don't get wizard lobbies where you do well until like 2.8, 2.9, which no sub rogue is. But yeah, I just kind of coasted off like last season MMR. And just inflation. I just kill like once a month, go like fucking 2 and 4 or 3 and 3 and gain like 50 points because of inflation. So they're like, okay, my 2.6 MMR is now 2.8. Okay, my 2.8 MMR is now this. But if I just queue multiple lobbies, I'm just gonna tank because sub is not viable in Shuffle. Everyone's air horn goes off and you just get CC'd more than healers and you just don't do enough DPS. And then you play Asa and you just destroy everything. Like Asa, you just literally do double the burst, double the DPS, and more control, because Garrote is a whole nother DR of CC, and you're also AoE 20-yard range, 84% chains of ice slowing the entire enemy team on accident. Like, oh, I shifted the DH, but I still got the healer 20 yards away. They're all RP walking around. Yeah, but Outlaw also can't kill anything. I think Outlaw's also terrible in Shuffle. Asa's great in Shuffle, though, because people just die to bleed execute and shit. Like, Outlaw's just never a threat of soloing anyone, even with Killing Spree and stuff. Too many things, man. 25 minutes in shuffle queue. Even after going 06 and tanking my MMR. Hell yeah. I don't need tutorials. We're just gonna be confused and then be like, why am I confused? Yeah, I mean, that's how it just was. I just queued a game off stream, went 6-0, gained 60 MMR, then turned on stream, went 06, and lost 120 MMR. MMR is just shit, man. It all depends on, like, if you were higher than the lobby, and you're generally higher than the lobby if you get high MMR. Because it's just so volatile. By all things. This doesn't go in my bag, so I don't have to learn it. That's nice. There's gonna be some good add-ons for housing to just... I guess if you just have like a private neighborhood or like a guild neighborhood, or you just kind of memorize where yours is, but that is jank of a map. Yeah, I mean, Kingsbane just accidentally 40-0s people even without Deathmark. It's stupid. Guess I can't move. You have to level on beta, yeah, there's no max level templates. Took me a while too. Like, on the alpha there was max level template characters, but maybe they'll add max level templates eventually. But yeah. This is kind of what my spec looks like right now. But I don't know what this talent's gonna be, so I might just move First Dance over. Or Weapon Master over eventually, but... But Perforated Veins is really good now. Perforated Veins isn't the bullshit stacking buff on your backstab. This is just more damage on people you have Rupture on now. Yeah, we got a chef. 4 out of 6 though, it'll probably decline. Now we have the queue in the middle of the screen. On the beta even. Alright, we got a game. Survival Hunter and an HPAL, that's kind of annoying. Highest combat, first glove. Hopefully this breaks. I was gonna gouge Pally into a stun, but into a garrote. Big Kingsbane instead. I should have did the Hunter instead. Forgot he had block. This is just way better than sub, like not even remotely in the same video game. Yeah, you can do it on CurseForge. You can just set it to retail beta. Yeah, it'll work. We're already #1 sub, and I don't want to just tank. The sub isn't viable. And then Acid just double the burst. I'm doing 2.3 million DPS, and has double the sustain damage, double the burst, and more CC. And you just keep people 84% slowed. Like, it's not even remotely comparable. Devs just hate sub. Feels bad. He's dead. 4.3 million Kingsbane. Nerf sub. I do sometimes, yeah. Cloakings, I don't want to get cloned off that this time. I don't get the grow, it feels bad. And I get a hex. Rumi's gonna decurse it though, instead of just letting us sheep. It's kind of terrible. And now I'm just dead. Rip the 6-0. That hex into not linking is very grief. I just copy pasted it. I didn't even do any research on Asa. I just ran around and tab grow it. But that's what like Waz and stuff was playing, I think. At one point. I know in tournaments everyone plays Outlaw, but tournaments are a very different video game. At 3 you're just intentionally playing a 10-minute dampening game every game of all time. With like actually good teammates, which not the case on ladder ever, or shuffle. Lower match quality, everyone just, you know, running around. Land in, Garn. Try to eat trap. Didn't get the trap. And he's gonna die without blocking. There's Cauterize. He actually blocked. World first. Mage gives him precog instead of just letting him fake 5 more times. Now he gets to live. I vanished or meld in 3. Do stuff. I'll cheap shot off that. Go Garrote. Gets the link though, feels bad. I have Kingsbane in 3 though. Gonna wait till Shiv and everything though. Yeah, EU is different than NA also, though. But Outlaw Truffle is miserable on NA, trust me. People just play better on Europe. If you have better teammates, you can kind of make it work, but when people are wasting your DRs and actually perma-peeling your AR and, like, you have no burst, you just don't have a win condition. That's the wrong step bind. Guy dies by blocking right here. Oh, down there. Never moved my character ever. Bro. Defensively smoke bombing. I wanted to grow up Pally there, but he knocked him away from me. Maybe I can get a re here. I just get blinded on it. Good block here, probably. And bubble, huge overlap. No, I'm just dead. Can't blind defensively except Searing Glare on me. It's just an 0-6 for the Shaman. The Shaman is really bad. Whoever has the Shaman is just dead the entire round, and he's also like DRing fucking traps and sheeps with random hexes. Somehow the Shaman won a round though. I don't remember that happening. I thought it was just an 0-6. I think that was the game where I one-shot Shaman with Kingsbane in the opener. That's the round he won, yeah. I just get cloned apart and grow out. Feels bad. Maybe I get a re-up this though? I don't know. Let me see if I can copy another one of my main for honor. I don't think it will, because I think it wipes your honor in conquest, but just there's no way to do PvP on the beta for the most part right now. It's kind of unfortunate. Well, it's thinking about it. Still in queue for stuff anyway, but CDR gone. I mean, they got rid of sub CDR. I don't know why Outlaw still has CDR. But did I keep my honor? Let's see. Nope. Okay. We're trying. I need to mix up the music a little bit though. I think sub might be the PvP spec again and be more accessible. Because it's going to be the only spec with 2 cheap shots. And stuns are kind of important. And with less stuns, it should be allowed to do more DPS. And Nasus losing AoE Garrote. But it could end up still being outlaw anyway, because, you know, whatever does the most DPS, you know? I really wish training grounds worked to at least try something, but never gonna get a Q pop ever. At 90. No, it's one charge and then shot in the dark. I thought it was 2 charges and shot in the dark, but shot in the dark is the second charge. So you probably won't double cheap shot a lot. You'll just keep one guy and then swap the other guy with cheap. Or like do a kidney go into cheap and then save your second cheap for the other guy. If your teammates get the CC on healer on their own. Or if it's like a blind or bomb go. You have food, Loaf. How you doing? How you doing, Sing? Yeah, I really don't like the Deathstalker change with your stacks being stuck. So I might try Trickster a bit, but I like Deathstalker more still, because it's just so much crit damage. But with Gorma, maybe it is Trickster. I just don't like that, you have the delay on Abyss when you finish your stacks or whatever. But the sap range is nice. If that's Kingsbane, yeah. With T up too. Yeah, sweeping strikes is really good for Gorma and stuff. Like it probably will just end up being playing Trickster. Because it's really annoying that you can't move your stacks around. If you just swap someone with Darkest Night Abyss and then you want to swap again and you just have your stacks stuck on someone that's like kiting you forever. Really bad. That you just can't reapply with Shadow Strike. I don't even think it's a bug. I think it's a feature because PvEers are too stupid to but they just keep resetting their progress, swapping around. Because they wrote it intentionally in the blue post, but they were writing it about Asa and Garrote because they moved applying Deathstalker Mark to Garrote for Asa. Which maybe they just accidentally changed it for sub, changing it for Asa. Because I get with Asa not wanting to move your stacks around because you're tab dotting everything. That makes sense. But like I think they should just left it on ambush for Asa though. Or just let Asa just play Fatebound, fuck it. But I'd rather they would have just deleted hero talents entirely though. I think they're so buggy and bad for the game and stuff. There's a bug with Deathstalker on the beta a lot where like your stacks just completely stop working entirely until you relog. I don't know what causes it. But like I was doing like some world quests and stuff and it's just like, oh, I can't apply stacks or do any of my hero talent stuff. I think it's when it just gets removed early by something. Like I world PvP'd a mage and he ice blocked. And then I couldn't reapply my stacks ever to any PvE mob or anything. And I couldn't kill like quest mobs because like so much of my damage is hero talents now. Yeah, marks on the rogue would be fine too. How's that feeling? It's getting there. I like the design a lot more. I think we're gonna have to play Trickster though, if they keep the hero talents how they are. Like I don't like that you can't move your stacks around with Shadow Strike as freely. Like your stacks just get stuck on someone you're not going anymore. Especially if you're like swapping around with the Darkest Night. But it sucks because there's so many talents on Deathstalker, I don't want to give up. Like more burst, which I like. The 20% crit damage is really good with like all the other forms of crit damage, like Finality being crit damage and this being crit damage. But I don't know. I think maybe it will just lean into Gormaw because you get an extra 50% on Gormaw here. But then it just did you crit to get value from this. But I guess that's the same as all the of his other crit modifiers too. I don't know. I'm just throwing shit randomly. I'm just looking at what there is. I'm just looking at what there is, you know? We're in queue, you know? Flatbed, true. I think it's gonna be more about decorating your outside, especially if you don't want people always inside. Oh, we got a queue. Five out of six. Wait, what was the thing I had to do for the quest? Priest pillow. Okay. What's that mean? Oh, the queue declined. Feels bad. It'll be interesting to see what people do with neighborhoods or whatever, though. To just have like a streamer neighborhood or a PvP neighborhood. They put contractors in this game? Shit. I got some coupons. We got a load screen. Nice. My MMR is lower than the lobby, so that's good. It'll untank me a little bit. I'm like number one sub at like 2,730 or something, but number one asset I think I need like 2,9 because it's like actually a viable spec. Stay in the darkness, but ring of peace. And I'm just dead. It's hard to use my CDs because of Dragon Dispel. Unless I have a full stun, no trinket. To like DR stun Guru. Thank you, Chumbao. Appreciate the 21 months. Nah, pretty much always wound crippling. Fake heavily one side. I get stunned through LOS. Trying to blind to get the healer's trinket so I can swap them later. Might bomb to get a sap. Or you could just stay combat forever. That works too. and I just died of air. Next full stun, we can actually send Kingsbane and everything. I just need to play safe. That's awkward that I give him that. I still can't even press Kingsbane or anything. He's just gonna bleed the spell. Actually, the DR Lasso might have. Yeah, the DR Lasso won us the game. Otherwise, he would have bleed dispelled there, and I wouldn't have gotten the big one shot. I hate this spec. It's just sub is dog shit, like it is always. I'm literally #1 sub rogue with like a 48% win rate at like 2,700. It's literally extinct. I could maybe get to 28 with inflation, but like it is just. You're happy to get 3 wins on sub, where you get 6 wins all the time on Asa. Everyone just wastes your DRs. You do half the DPS of Asa, you do half the burst of Asa. Just sub's just depressing, man. Like, it's a whole other DR of CC. You just accidentally 40-0 people with Bleed Execute and Kingsbane. I think sub will be this back in midnight, yeah. Because Asa won't have AoE Garrote, and Asa and Outlaw only have 1 cheap shot. Sub has 2 cheap shots. And sub gets to play Subterfuge and double Vanish without being energy starved. Instead of having to play T and trying to cheese, which is nice. $4 million Kingsbane. Maybe 5 times harder. That's just one of the easiest specs in the entire game. Sub is probably the hardest spec in the entire game. Like, I'd say, like, only specs probably stupider than Asa is maybe Hunter and, Ret and Fury. Probably. I mean, Fury's not good, it's just stupid. There's a line between, easiness of success and, Zug Zug. They break my sap. Guess I'm just blinding to peel. Maybe sap out of that if I'm lucky. He gets kited a little. Oh, I got back in combat. Yeah, still getting 50 MMR. That's just hard to play against. They wasted all my... They did a bunch of AoE stuns on all my stun DRs. It's hard to press Kingsbane and Deathmark without just getting Bleak Dispelled if I can't get the Healer's Trinket. Because it's a shorter cooldown than it, so it's like hard to like send it. I mean, I guess I could just send Kingsbane without Deathmark and then hope that he trinkets, and then second Kingsbane I can use with Kingsbane. Or second Kingsbane I can use with Deathmark. I can force his trinket, but... Killed his Ugnus? No. I was saying like... saying that a spec can be Zug without being good. Like, you can have a stupid spec that's also, like, bad. Like, Fury isn't Fodden, but it is stupid. Does that make sense? How you doing, Praised? Ask away, man. Like, Warriors aren't that broken right now. Strangely. Smexon ain't doing his job. Mex is too busy buffing hunters every 10 seconds. I am for Outlaw NASA. But that means sub might actually be a PvP spec again, which is sick, because Outlaw and NASA don't have a place in PvP. And it's not like they're not making sub more accessible anyway. NASA could be like the, you know, brain dead Fury version of Rogue, for sure. Just like, but like sub's already being more accessible. Less about modifiers. You swap around more. The only thing I'm really concerned is that Deathstalker Mark is like really shitty because of a PvE change. Where like you can't move it if your stacks are already out. Like, you can't just Shadow Strike from one set to another. So, like, if you do, like, a swap with Darkest Night, you Abyss someone, you put your stacks on them, but then you want to go someone else, your stacks are stuck, and you can't move them with Shadow Strike once they're already out. And if you're getting kited a lot and stuff, that's really bad. So, like, I think they're going to be forced into playing Trickster. And then Trickster will be good with Gormaw anyway. I think. I don't think it'll reflect any of the old expansions, no. It's gonna be something new finally. We're finally getting a WoW 3 instead of playing Dragonflight for like the 4th time in a row. I think it'll be very different with the 16-second DRs and the no add-ons. And I think I'm happy for it. It's something different. I'm tired of playing the same shit all the time. Legion was the beginning of WoW 2, and we're finally getting a WoW 3. Now, whether that'll be an improvement or not, I have no idea. But at least it's something different. I mean, hero talents are still in the game. Depends on what spec you're playing. There's a lot of pruning, but Sub Rogue, you're pretty much only trading T for Gormal. That's about it. But I'm really excited for the no add-on stuff. I mean, there's still going to be a lot of add-ons. I'm sure someone will fix big debuffs. Like, there's already a DR tracker. There's Ice Arena. Better Blizz works outside of the buff filtering. Like, you can have a dark mode and class colors and combat indicator and all that. It's just weak auras and air horns everywhere just are bad for the game. Like, they could add audio cues to PvE and stuff, but it just makes it's steroids and baseball too much, you know? Basically everything works? No, not really. Weak auras are gone, Omnibar's gone. Hopefully they add a tracker for interrupts, because I think that'll make melee even more overpowered than they already are. Yeah, trinket in a sec. I'm dying. Oh. Got trinket turtle and exil and darkness. I can gouge healer, but magic pop for an eternity. Oh, the healer's dying, even though I'm not on him. Yeah, this is retail. I have 2 wows open. I'm doing retail shuffle in between running around on the beta, because there's not really any PvP to be had on the beta. I mean, you could just move your buffs around and make them bigger, right? They got rid of a lot of filter buffs anyway. Because there's just a lot more passives and stuff. Less lining up like 8 different procs and stuff. I'll show the talent window in a sec after this round. I vanish, I'm just kind of dying. There's like 1 second from being off Baroque DR there. Feels bad. Didn't matter though. But yeah, on Asa, this is what I'm playing. Just Fatebound, like a normal WAS build. And then on beta, I think Trickster's probably gonna edge out. I'm playing Gormal. I mean, I think Dance was clunky anyway. I don't know if I'm specking out of it or not yet. It's only like 4,000 damage every global over your dance. Out of like already 120k health pools. It seems really low. It's not bursty. And you're not perma-dancing with a flat dance value of CD. Might get a random re here. Not sure I just killed the totem. I'm just dead to air. Oh, 06 for the fake mez, I guess. I think Gorma with Trickster is probably going to be the best. It's hard fighting the dragon because bleed removal. He's just not trinketing. So I can't like fucking stop him from trinket bleed dispelling. Maybe I get a re off this to make up for the fact. Nope, never do. Actually, sometimes did. Here, moves my Kingsbane, hate to see it. Bound to maybe get a sap. I can't stop Pally now because of that. Might get a Rito. Never do. Bomb this so he trinkets. Nice, you got trinket. Huge. Next stun I can actually kill. Saving my one shot for it. Might be dead here though. Both the fly stun. Didn't he? Sending everything? Nope, magic pop. No, I guess the bleed dispel. XD. Yeah, Rotten is 35. It's not about critting though. It's just about all your builders being good. Because you get a lot of crit modifiers from planned execution, ancient arts, and like cure talents. Nah, Trickster already doesn't break CC anymore. They already changed Nimble. Nimble's a smart AoE. It already doesn't break anything. It's just Deathstalker, you're just fucked if your stacks are on someone you can't hit, because Shadow Strike won't reapply your stacks if they're already out. Really, really stupid change. So if your stacks are just on someone that's kiting you indefinitely, you just can't play the game. So like I think that just kills Trickster Deathstalker for me, personally. Like it just punishes you for doing like a good Darkest Night swap, and then wanting to move your stacks back without doing 3 more finishers on the guy that has a defensive CD. Crazy how when I play Sub Rogue, I never see a dragon ever, and I play Asa and I get dragons 3 games in a row. Ah, nuts. That's a weird darkness. Actually just dead though. Well, that's the hunter's only win. That means I get 3 wins. Actually means I get 2 wins because I thought the dragon was on my team. I thought it was like a dragon 6-0. Which it is. I like Shiv still, yeah. Because they're buffing Warriors on Zerker Shout for no reason. They're like combining Zerker Roar and Zerker Shout or whatever. So it's gonna be like the Tremor Totem and a War Banner. It's crazy that pulls me out of stealth. That has to be a bug. I think I'm dead here. I'm there for Link, but maybe I can get a re here. Never do. I might be dead here. And dragon just goes 6-0, I guess. Bleed the spell. I just need Kingsbane to like force his trinket so I can deathmark another go, but Kingsbane's every minute. Alright, let's let back on beta. Even with sub shuffle, I'm already #1. And it's just one of the worst specs in the entire game. Yeah, there's no max level templates. I had to level manually. And the training grounds doesn't work. So you can't even fight AI. Because, yeah, that'd be too much PvP. I'm just throwing shit random. I'm not even trying. Ignore collision. Oh, you can ignore collision? Okay, that's funny. I'll make this an eyesore. There we go. Gives up Debrew, Macabre, 1 Dark Shadow. But you gain Finality. What do you mean 1 Dark Shadow? Oh, this. I mean, to be honest, it's Shadow Strike damage. You don't Shadow Strike that much. That's something I didn't consider. Probably even give up both and do this. That could be good. Because my comp's only like 5k. That wasn't a Q, I just... If only I could fight AI on the training grounds. But I can't even fight bots. Because bots would be too much PvP going on. That's pretty dumb. Because you can time it with your energy regen stuff. If they want to be bad in macro it, they can be bad in macro it. That's bad for your energy regen. Because you want to like press it like after cheap shot and stuff. Well, cheap shot's even free still from shot in the dark, but yeah. Actually, does it even affect energy anymore? Let me see. Yeah, that's just the cooldown. So I guess it's not free energy. Oh, it is. It's free. Never mind. Yeah. Still less energy efficient then. Wait, scale? You can make things giant for no reason? Oh, okay. So how big can we make this? Okay. I think sub might actually be the best spec. Hopefully, copium. Just because Asa and Outlaw are only gonna have one cheap shot, and Asa's not gonna have AoE growth. Coming soon. I think this is the dying things, different colors. I see enough stucco in Arizona, man. I'm gonna try to play more Survival Hunter and more Mage next expansion a little bit, but still like 90% Rogue. I played Mage a couple times. Like Fireball, like I did a lot of Mage Rogue 2s from the Mage POV and Shadowlands on Fire. But then yeah. Never bothered to play more than like 50 games of an ult in any season since then almost. Outside of like a little bit of like barrel here and there. And Windwalker here and there. But I have every class leveled. I always skip 2 board of my ults before I finish gearing them. But yeah, I hope sub is good. Like you can go for restelts, play subterfuge, like tired of it just being an inferior PvE spec in a PvE game. I hope the cheap shot stuff lets it do top damage. And that we still get good micro CC. Legion early Shadowlands. I wouldn't compare it to either of those. I think it's gonna be something different with 16-second DRs and no add-ons. I think it might actually be really momentum, get micro CC on DR style. And less about just having 5 different ways to peel someone and just reacting to air horns. I think rotations will be simpler, and yeah, it will be way less about peeling and way more about just doing goes. And then I think they're just trying to dumb down healers so that queues are quicker. Because healers are the most pruned. Like, sub-rogue, almost nothing's pruned. You're just trading T for Gormaw. But I do think Asa and Outlaw are losing so much quality of life that they just had over sub, that sub might actually be the best, which is sick. I've been waiting like fucking 6 expansions for sub to be good. Outside of like 1 patch of Dragonflight and like half a patch of War Within. Like Shadowlands was the last time like sub was consistent all the way through, but Outlaw was still better. Yeah, you can play Gormaw. You don't have T doesn't give you mastery anymore. So far my build either looks something like this, or potentially still. I also don't know what this is going to be yet. But yeah, this just gives you dance duration. You already have 30-second dance. Yeah, Disc is good right now. HPL is always the easiest healer. Disc has been OP for a little bit, but Night Elf generally is like really good, but it's also a high skill cap. Like if you just want easy mode, play like Orc, play like a Hunter. Or play like Rep Pally, but I have no idea. I generally don't think RMD is that good. But it depends on like DPS. Like if sub does actual damage to the point that you don't need a healer carrying your damage, maybe you won't be as straddled to priests and dragons and stuff like that, and monks. If they go back to the healers actually heal, maybe there could be a universe where like RLS is good again. You never know. Depends on how different the game is and what the DPS is like, and if you have to play Asa and Outlaw to do damage type shit. I just like that I could make this giant gazebo the size of the house and put it on top of the house. That's just ridiculous. I don't know yet. I'm excited about the no add-on stuff though. Burgling. Oh, this guy doesn't have it where I can burgle his house. Wins meet? Nah, I don't really play games outside of WoW for the most part. Sometimes I'll play League for a couple days, like once or twice every other year. I'll be like, okay, I'm playing League for a week, and I'll play like 40 games and go crazy, but loading posts, because you can set no clipping. I made this jank as hell on purpose. I just grabbed this. And then you can go to scale. You can turn off clipping. Advanced mode. Scale. Yeah, and you can just make it giant. I just made a giant ass gazebo. And then I just put it on top of the house. But now it's not doing it as well. Fucked it up. I think I have to put it on the roof while it's tiny. Yeah, and you can move it around too. You have to like buy it. And then there's also like neighborhoods, which I don't think you could fully test all the neighborhoods, but there we go. It took me a while, I think. Some of the levels took over an hour. But I just did it in between shuffle queues. I have it set where anyone can go in. If you can get past the gate. Oh, the gate actually opens. Ooh. That's kind of cool. Oh. We'll move this a little bit. No, some levels were over an hour. I'm saying like it took me more than 10 hours on the beta. On the alpha, it was quicker. But it seemed like they added a lot of XP. Took me a hot minute. But I just did it in between shuffle queues, so I wasn't really paying attention to the time. Two. I mean, the dev's really good into Essa. His bleed removal. You're like holding on to Death Mark all game. You can't one-shot as hard. I mean, you can use Better Blow's plates. You just can't do a lot of the buff filtering crazy shit with it. I just haven't set it up on beta yet. Better Blow's frames works for a lot of stuff still. Can I do that? Ooh. The combo. Can I do anything with that? Nah. I mean, Asa's definitely the easy mode spec. Way easier than Outlaw and Sub. Or, yeah, Outlaw and Sub are way harder. What is this? Yes. I'm not trying to make anything look good right now. I'm just fucking around seeing what happens with some things. Like some things are interactable and some aren't. thought it'd be a usable outhouse like the Garrison's one where you'd get an achievement for using it. I mean, I use one, two, three, but yeah. And yeah. I wouldn't recommend tap targeting always, or at least you focus 1, 2, 3, but yeah, just try not to overlap your vanishes and melts. Like when people are off DR. Really use cheap shot because your improved growth window is actually like 12 seconds because it starts after subterfuge. Well, at the same time, but you can prio subterfuge for like all your cheap shots so you don't get peeled, and then you could still do all your growths. It's like a 12-second window to just get all your growths out, and then like make sure your vanished melds aren't like while people are on stun and silence DR, and just keep people improved growted the whole game. And then you just kind of P when you're using like your shivs and you're like below 150 energy, and then just try to like shiv Kingsbane or shiv Deathmark Kingsbane. The Stormwind portal area, there's a place called Founder's Point, and then there's a bunch of like tutorial quests and stuff. But yeah, I can't get a Skirm Q because I'm max level, and I don't really want to make a level 80 just to Q a Skirm. The more bleeds kind of interact with it better, I think. But into Dragon, I guess you wouldn't, because you just don't want him to bleed execute. So you just send a Kingsbane, hope you force a trinket, and then later you can do it. But yeah, that'd be nice. Unfortunately, that's a PvP feature, so I don't think they would do that. Same way that the AI PvP doesn't even work. No players involved, they still can't PvP against AI. It just pauses the queue. There was more PvP on the alpha than there is the beta. I wanted to get that on the roof, but I just skipped a lot of the quest stuff because a lot of the cutscenes and stuff don't work anyway, but I never watch cutscenes anyway. I don't really play the game for the lore. I get max level so that I can PvP and I play Arena. I wouldn't have kept playing the game for 20 years without Arena. I would have quit after like Kata. But some of the zones are pretty cool. Some of them are kind of copy and pasty, but some aren't. I mean, focus blind, focus sap, focus gouge, focus cheap shot. Yeah. Especially if you have cozy 1, 2, 3 binds. I think doing 1, 2, 3 every spell kind of makes you need way too many binds. But you got like 80, 90 key binds for what you could do with like 60, 70. Like if anything, you can bind your mouse to like Alt and Control. And then you can just do combinations of your mouse and your keyboard. That might be my goal next expansion. If I get like a 4-button mouse or something. But I'm just gonna like use my mouse more. Then I could take Shadow Step off of the mouse button, dance off of the mouse button, and then do a bunch of other shit. Wonder what happens if I get on something and then I make it large. Oh, we got a queue. Oh, I don't grow with it. Okay. Oh, it does keep me in the air, actually. Housing main? I mean, I'm trying to PvP. Q declined. Oh, Q repopped. Throwing shit everywhere. I'm still working on IRL full time. This is just a 2 to 3 day a week now. I quit my second job. So now I try to stream Sunday through Wednesday, but like every other Wednesday and not every Sunday. Like at minimum Monday, Tuesday. But yeah. Sometimes Sunday is GF aggro and then sometimes Wednesdays work. Because I work every other Wednesday. So, but this is a Wednesday off week. So I will be live tomorrow and the day after. You declined again. Feels bad. The goal is if I can stream 100 hours a month for like $1,000 a month. That'll help a lot. It won't be anywhere near what my second job was giving me, but I was burning out hard going 80, 90 hours a week for 3, 4 months straight. Oh, is this my border? God, it's such an eyesore. I love it. It's not what I'll do in the actual game, but I tried to make it as ugly as possible. I just love this giant-ass gazebo that I scaled up and put on top of the house. Like, how is that okay? Because you could just turn clipping off. No, streaming doesn't even make me, like, minimum wage. If I was, like, 1,000 viewer streamer and I always had, like, 700 plus subs, maybe. But if I just stay at being, like, a 1 to 200 viewer streamer with, like, 2 to 400 subs, that's not even remotely livable. With never having retirement, never having insurance, being paycheck to paycheck, getting screwed by taxes every year, even with expenses. WoW's not a popular enough game and I'm not an entertaining enough person. I'm not like the most relatable, high energy, you know, Heyo PPC, you know, or a vanilla WoW player. No, I don't enjoy Mythic Plus. I gotta enjoy the game. Another Devil Booker feels bad. I have tried it. I've done plenty of Mythic Plus. I've had plenty of seasons where I just grabbed the KSM mount and stuff. He's just any type of PvE is not fun for me. I'd rather go play a different game than play PvE. I faint for that. I faint for this. I should have done that. That's huge. I can death mark now later. If we live. I don't think we do. That sucks. If I didn't kidney the healer, I could have kidneyed Dragon and death marked him, but... Well, we 6-0'd most of our lobbies today that were not Devil Booker. We've had Dragon 4 lobbies in a row. Okay. Dragon didn't want to Trinket Bleed execute. Or Trinket Bleed dispel, so... I flew my blind. Complete executes air, it's huge. Yeah, even if I was streaming like 7 days a week, like 8 hours a day, it wouldn't be livable income. I would still be making like 2 to 3 grand a month, which that's not going to give me insurance. That's not going to get me 401k. It's not going to get me anything to save for retirement. It's going to be paycheck to paycheck. That's like nothing in this economy. I've already tried to grow things out for too many years. I need some stability. I'm really behind on retirement because I'm like 31. And I drained it at one point previously in my life. So I'm pretty much restarting my retirement in my 30s. I'm just late, 3 trinkets. Means I get the death mark next go. Get sank out of the way. You waste my DR. So now I can't press. Now he gets to pre-wall. Bleed removal, XD. At least he's still linked. I think I'm dead this global. Unless I get a random re here. That'd be huge. No, I got DR lasted. Dodge trinket. Oh, I got steering glared on it. Nice X though. Maybe we can kill. A cloak in 5. Really need to get a re-stealth. My DK might just be dead here. I'm just gonna re so I can peel though. Should get it in 1. Got it. Wrote off that. Try to go growth the healer, but and we just die right here on our win. Feels bad. At least we win the next 2 because we have the dragon. Rupture and Dark Brew. Rupture is a good part of subs. It's always. Not having to rupture in Kata is what makes Kata suck. Having just this be your only finisher is really bad design. Like, having multiple finishers is good. Death from above? Yeah, I think death from above should be baseline. Crazy when I can actually press my cooldown without it just getting removed by the dragon. Here's the maximum blunder. My healer's gonna die, I think. She linked, hell yeah. And then he still dies. Ugh, I was about to cheap everything. I thought we would get this shaman on the board and stop the 06, but... too heavy, I guess. Oh, I got like an insta-Q. Hopefully it won't be a dev one time. Or a ret. Nope. Dev Evoker 5 lobbies in a row. I wish I was sub. One time. This would be a good sub lobby. They're going. Trying to ball it now. Trying to get me banned or something. I'll coil in a sec. Waiting for it. He's just not pressing. Block coil. JK didn't go off because I didn't have it. Stop the penance. He grips my step. Now I don't get the Growth unlock. Actually, he walks up to me for no reason. Rage for Dammerduck. Hit priest on that, on Shadow. Make it bleed dispel. I turned like the absorb and stuff on, I guess. And class colors. I turn most things off on nameplates. I don't like looking at nameplates compared to looking at target and focus. Yeah, I'm so happy AoE growth's going away. Well, the coil. Can you shaman a sec? I wanted a cheap shot lock, but he has life swap and PS for me. Almost died through PS there. I faint for that and evasion. Blind healer in one. Yeah, I'll just trinket. Or just die. He grips away from me getting a cheap shot. Yeah, we just Kingsbane. Kill. Sub could never ever do that. Sub I'd be doing 800k DPS. And I'd be creaming over 2 million burst, let alone like 40-0ing someone on accident. While doing top damage. Well, I didn't do top damage this round because I had to hold on to Deathmark the entire game because Dragon. Guy's tilted so he didn't bleed or move. Algin 1. Your kidney. Might get a YOLO read? Nah. Hoping my lock's not dead here because he dark packed really low HP. I think he is though. That sucks. I got a couple of good full fears on healer too. Please don't just be dead in the opener, man. Bring a bleed dispel. Nice, yes. I got the old defense off anyway, though. I don't get to grab these two unless I get a re, but I'm not going to. Priest is hitting me. Kind of a bad banish then. I just wanted the most micro CC, but... The bleed dispels non-death mark, that's huge in 30. I think we're dead now, though. Yeah. Gonna gouge kidney that guy to peel, but... Lock's just heavy. I actually get to press death mark, so because Dragon's on my team, so... This is the round to stop the DK 6-0. Meld that. They just donate precog. I thought I could gouge off that DR Garrote that was on CD for 5. Am I gonna re-up this though? Yeah. I kinda choked. Frigate port's really far from the sealer. He deaths the hex, feels bad. Comes a double coil. Actually doesn't have it for 5. Got Dark Pact. I'm gonna save Kingsbane until Deathmark. Kind of bad because we could die because it's already 40% dampening. But I just don't want to send it into Dark Pact. Here comes the coils. Look here, I'm fine. Held that. If I die, I'm actually dead. Nice link. Finally playing the video game, he just walls high and we're dead. Oh, it sucks. We're just triple dead through link. Guess to 6 over the DK. Win trade. Honestly, this guy's not worth tricks. Just go DFA. I'm just CCing too much. Coiled up that. Try to meld a bolt. He's dead. This global. Big Kingsbane. Never mind. My meld bugged so I don't get DR cheap shot Garrote. Oh, he would have died there, man. Remove racials, man. He's actually so dead there. Hot take? Nah, not even. Maybe get a re? Nope. Oh yeah, Groot's incredibly balanced. No. I hate Asha. What did we even die to there? I thought I was killing him that global. Oh, you got Chaos Bolted for 6 mil, I guess? 30-0? Okay. It's really annoying to getting Devoker like 5 lobbies in a row. Like I want to press Death Mark without having to like worry about him trinketing before I'm allowed to press it. Because Bleed Dispel is just so obnoxious. But we should have won both rounds with the dragon. That should have been a 4-win. Oh, we're gonna go. Okay. What if he mounts? I'm not sure. I haven't seen that yet. Yeah, all my stuff's on the Discord now, just easier. There's a Google Doc in there with most of the weak OS too. I think it's pretty cool, but I'm not the most excited for it. At the end of the day, like, it's the same problem Garrison's had. Unless, like, you know, the neighborhoods and stuff are cool for PvP. Like, I'm not taking it seriously on the beta. Like, I think it's funny that you can mess with scale. And you could turn clipping off, and you could just put a giant-ass fucking house on top of your house. Like, that's funny to me. But I'm not trying to make it fancy or anything. I was just trying to clutter it up. So it's an eyesore for other people flying around. Just be like, what the hell is going on? That's truly a beta right there. I'm a PvPer, and then I have my masterpiece. Almost no one has other people being able to go into their house on. I want to burgle someone. Even though I can't steal anything. I wonder if no one means me. No, it doesn't. Because there's a checkbox. Yeah, you can't really play the beta for PvP unless you make a level 80 and you don't play max level. Then maybe, but I want to test all the new talents and shit. But yeah, I think you could set it to it, but there's just a portal room in Stormwind or Orgrimmar that goes to Founder play, like the Founder Point or whatever the name of it. But I don't think I have a Hearthstone for it. Yeah, you can see the tier set. I think it might be 4-piece everything but chest. Blades duration, auto attack, which auto attacks are better now, I think, and then finishing moves. But on a 7 combo point, even after it gets nerfed in half in PvP, that's like 7% finisher damage. It's really good for the 2-piece at least. And the stat weights on it's not that bad since crit's a little better now. And then PvP vendors are down here. But it's hard to get any PvP stuff. You can't copy your live character, your honor gets wiped on the beta. The only way you can get conquest is the war mode crates when they fall. Yeah, the new version of like Silver Moon Sunwell is like the new city, yeah. Weird is there's like a horde only area that Alliance can't go. But there's no like Alliance only area, I don't think. Oh, actually maybe this is the Alliance area. Where our PP vendors are. This looks like an Alliance flag or something. So this is like the horde area, right? Yeah. I don't even think there is a PvP dummy. That's crazy. Yeah, there isn't. That's wild. I mean, Sub-Rogue is the same amount of abilities. You're just trading T for Gormaw. Yeah, they're pruning healers to maybe make the Q times faster or something. The healer's gonna be even more easy mode, even though it's already OP. Yeah, I don't think I have a Hearthstone for housing. But maybe they give you one and I just never noticed. There's just a portal to it from the cities usually. The buns a bit. I don't think so. I think it'll be the spec because it'll have 2 cheap shots and the others won't. And NASA won't have AoE growth. No. Some might have all the quality of life. I don't like what they did to Deathstalker though. You can't like reapply your stacks with Shadow Strike if they're already out. It's like really hard to swap around. If you're not just like kind of PBing and killing mobs instantly. So I haven't seen the new outlaw changes, just like the prep killing spree and all that. I think sub will be the spec. Grapple is just so much more boring than Shadow Step, and Roll the Bones is bad for the game, and Between the Eyes spam is bad for the game. I'm bored of Outlaw just always being better and just playing 10-minute dampener games where you have no burst. Oh, I didn't see that. That'd be good if that was the case. I'd actually tolerate it then. They need to make Shadow Step and Step like a choice node then. Like step kicking is like a core part of the fun. Grapple is boring. I mean, that's still kind of vague on what that even means. It's just also my focus sap. So I just restopped by pressing sap. But I have stealth macroed into most of my things. I don't think anyone on the beta has war mode on. want to world PvP someone. Yeah, Gormall's back. Cause yeah, this is Shadow Strike damage, and then yeah, this might actually be the build, but maybe move first dance to this when, depending on what this is. Because this isn't in the game yet. But yeah, they made Deathstalker a little more annoying in PvP with swapping your stacks around, so I think Trickster will be good, just because like this is like 50% more on Gormall. It does suck though, because like this 20% crit damage is really good with this 30% crit damage and this 10% crit damage. Especially on Darkest Night. But just not dropping. This guy duel me. Yeah, this is just Shadow Strike damage, and then this is only like 4,000 per spell you cast out of like already 270k. Yeah, trinkets are a big deal for like the 20% stamina. I do think it's nice to have the 20-yard range sap too. But yeah, if they make Deathstalker like clunky with like your stacks being stuck on someone you swap to with Darkest Night, and you have to go back and do 3 more finishes on them to like remove your stacks back to the proper kill target, then that's just too clunky for PvP. Or you, I guess, wait a whole minute. Or is it 30 seconds for them to fall off? Let me see. Either way, that's still kind of bad. I do think Shadow Meld loses some value too by stealth not giving you shot in the dark. Only vanish dance. So you'll kind of be cheap shot starved on Meld even if you have Subterfuge. So probably it's just Orc gaming. Maybe even High Mountain stays good. Just High Mountain blind sap. That way you save like your cheap shot kidney. Yeah, it's like a little gap closer to get over there. Yeah, I think with the 30-second dance and Subterfuge natively, I mean, I guess Meld immuning like Chaos Pulse and stuff is always infinite value, but I wish they would just make Meld like not drop combat. They didn't use it as a banish and just only made it an outplay for like immuning shit. Kind of just too overpowered on Druid and Rogue usually. Ugh. I wonder if this is everything and not just me. Is it like a debuff? No, it's just from me. Okay. At least like Nimble doesn't break CC and stuff, and yeah. This is just more quality of life in general. That Stalker's always been clunky. Especially when like you want to finish your stacks, but then you're getting kited, or they like block or bop like their stacks off. Like, yeah, I mean the Raiders are really heard about add-ons. That's like part of their dominance is having like some of the best weak aura designers and stuff. And they like being spoon-fed everything. PvEers are really not happy about add-ons. And they just blame PvPers about it. But the reality is like the game is just too gatekeepy. And I think it ruins the immersion if you're just like, you know, borderline cheating. Ethically cheating, still cheating. But then they have to tune the encounters around everyone cheating. And then, yeah. And there's so many like kind of cool raid mechanics that just get completely removed by the fact that the weak aura just tells everything what to do. If there's ever like a maze or like, you know, the ballroom chord dancing and all that kind of stuff, like and any cool fight is just instantly solved by a weak aura. It's just too versatile. It's the same problem that Wrath the Lich King had with what was it called? It was AAV. I just forget what it was standard for. It was like augmented something virtual. And it was basically DBM on steroids, where you could draw on the screen and everyone else in your raid could see. And you could just like draw a line and be like, they go there. And it would auto make circles everywhere for like AoE better and all that, like clear. And like color code them on who goes where. It was like DBM / weak auras on steroids without any setup. And then they banned that add-on in Wrath of the Lich King. Because it ruins how they were going to have to code fights and everything. And I think weak auras kind of does similar shit. I do quality control at a warehouse. I like pull samples for like 3 or 4 hours, and then I test samples for the rest of the night. I mostly do like verifying the trucks and stuff, so I'm not always testing samples, but I kind of just I just make and set up all the labels and everything and verify a lot of paperwork and stuff. A lot of paperwork. But it's like 24 an hour. Not the worst. 12-hour shifts. Not really. I mean, nothing's good in NA. Like, even if I stream for like an extra 10, 20K a year, streaming like 100 hours a month for like $1,000 a month, and that, you know, puts me at like 60 or something before tax. Like, that's poverty in NA. My rent for a 1-bedroom is like $1,700. But I'm not in the middle of nowhere, Ohio, ass states. You know, Indiana, all that kind of stuff, where you can kind of just... Arizona's just becoming as expensive as California. It's stupid. Yeah, even with my girlfriend's income also, like, being like over 100 grand at like dual household income, like, not even remotely viable. Like, if I was single, I would not be able to afford to live, even with streaming and a job full-time. Working 80, 90 hours a week with 2 jobs kind of helped me get a little bit out of debt, but I still have debt. So, I bought new stuff. I kind of lifestyle creeped because I was getting used to making $6 grand a month after tax and insurance and everything. I'm just kind of banking on cashing out of some company stocks I have, because I was doing 10% of my paycheck to stocks. And then hopefully getting a big tax on overtime tax return. What would you do to make people be more popular? I don't know. like a perception thing. PvEers just don't want to do anything. Like, look at Plunderstorm, look at Arc Raiders. Like 80-year-old boomer PvEers are never going to want a PvP because they know they suck. But I think having a PvP server where you just make a max level, kind of like a tournament realm, and you're just not allowed to play the rest of the PvE side of the game. You're on a world PvP island the whole time. So you can world PvP in between your queues. And then, you know, have max level whenever you want on that server. And then maybe make that server also no subscription, like free to play. And then the add-on stuff is going to be good for that. But, yeah. I think the class design's pretty good. It's just fixing the issue of healers, like double DPS. Like 2 should be more important. Not the primary like tournament bracket or anything. But 2 shouldn't just be a meme. And double DPS should be viable so that you can ignore the need for a healer. And like the deal, you know, and then solo queue should be best of 1 melee range healer only. No melee cleaves. And it should bleed into the real bracket. Kind of like private servers. The idea is like you should be able to do 2s and then queue solo queue while world PvPing in between queues, and you should never have more than a minute of downtime. Whether you're a streamer, whether you just got home from work, whether you just got home from school, 90% of the game should not be downtime trying to PvP. There should be zero, you know, the way to get people actually addicted is to be able to play the video game. And that's like the #1 priority. If there's a healer problem, you know, double DPS, it's viable. World PvP, like in between your 1 minute queue. Wider MMR ranges, even if it's kind of like bad for point gains and stuff like that. I mean, rewards just make people go for it briefly. Like the problem with rewards is just the entire rating system also needs a revamp. It just needs to be percentage based. Like some seasons 2800 is rank 1, some seasons 3600 is rank 1, and it makes people only value CR, like current rating, because it's just different every season, where it's just like, oh, this guy's 26 XP, but he's actually stuck at 1800. He's not actually 2600, because every season's different. So it just, you can't measure people to find what you want to play with. It just needs to be percentile based, like bronze to grandmasters type stuff, like every other game. Yeah, fix the rating system, fix solo queue. What I mean by bleed into the real bracket is people on solo queue can queue into a pre-made. Even though the pre-made is going to win 99 out of 100 times, you still have a separate rating for solo queue than you do for real bracket. It sucks, but like, it makes the queues quicker. Even though it makes pre-mades just have like 20-30% higher win rate than they deserve. There's problems with it, but you just have separate ratings for when you're doing solo queue than when you do playing with real people. And then it doesn't feel like you're tanking or like afraid to do solo queue because you'll tank like your real rating. Like just have them separated. And then if you embarrass like a real team as your solo queue, it's like more bragging rights kind of thing. But yeah, and then like shuffle in general is terrible because like 4 melee is skillless gameplay. 1 caster being on the casting couch getting railed by 3 melee, not fun. 1 melee RP walking at 3 casters, not fun. The game actually has CC back and forth tennis match of people outplaying each other and peeling each other and setting up CC chains when it's melee range healer. And obviously hunters are range. But yeah, if they private servertized solo queue, had free to play PvP servers where you couldn't do PvE and you just had a world PvP island, and yeah, had a designated chill area there where you could duel and reset your CDs. Went through with all this add-on stuff, but with like more quality of life in it, like big debuffs obviously should be baseline. There should be an interrupt tracker built into the arena frame. I don't think Omnibar's good. I don't think Weakor is good. But interrupt tracker, yeah. Think people die in midnight? I have no idea. I hope not. I'm hyped for it though. I think sub might be viable. Because you will actually have 2 stuns and Outlaw and Asa will only have like 1, you know? I think the add-ons at least will be something different to get people to give it a try. To just, you know, see if the spark plug lights or not. Getting people talking is good. There's, you know, most people have completely written off retail entirely. They'd rather go play Molten Core for the 70th time than press 2 buttons. Look at me, I'm playing ultra hardcore with no keyboard, no mouse, on a trackpad while I'm blindfolded, and I'm still pressing 1 button and it's fine. Wow. And I capped my frame rate at 20. It wouldn't even matter because you're blindfolded, but I hate all forms of vanilla WoW. My hatred is vanilla WoW, then BFA, then TBC. BFA is, I could write enough about it, but BFA is a hate crime. You can't make a worse PvP game trying outside of vanilla WoW. Why do you hate TBC? Resist, RNG, PvE gear, 0 skill, like 40-minute 2s games. Engineering goggles, perception. TBC is ass. I don't know how Miralaw loves it so much. Because I know Miralaw has a brain. I really don't understand it. Like, he's good enough that he could be good at any version of the game, and I don't understand why he likes TBC. Like, I hate PV gear. That's already an insta-no. Getting cheesed by perception and, like, engineering goggles. Hella annoying. Insta-no. And then there's just, like, no skill to the rotation. You're just, like, mashing hemo. I mean, if it's nostalgia, then, like, you commit to, like, Wrath, Mop, Wad, Kata, like... TBC is just ass. Super slow paced, nothing you do matters, really laggy. I mean, even Peekaboo's, like, a PvE casual now. Like, 99% of WoW PvPers are just, like, oh, I'm just gonna go make vanilla slop. You know, Bean... Or they go the Mitch Jones C2 gambling route. That's the 2 pipelines. You make vanilla slop, where you just press 1 button, or you do gambling. Okay, we're gonna do Molten Core for the 700th time on Classic Plus 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 Remake Vanilla Sod Edition Type 3, like... Like, they've rebooted fucking, like, actual vanilla, like, 3 times. Does viewers demand it? Oh, I don't know, then. That makes more sense. Because I know Mir's smart, and he's actually good. And he's always, like, so excited about TBC, or, like, making TBC stuff, but I'm just like... I don't consider Mop to be slop, though. When I say classic slop, I mean, like, vanilla. Or just, like, PvEing on classic in general, where it's like, okay, we're going for world first, Lich King, 20 years after it's been out. Okay, we practiced on the PTR, we got world first an hour into the patch. Really difficult. Like, I don't remember the last time I've opened Grayson's stream and he was like PvPing or playing an arena at all. He's like 90% of the time he's like in Nax Ramus or some shit. He's just like a permanent raider at this point. Faked his trinket with that. He was not in any danger at all. I wanted to kidney that. I was just barely energy starved. DFA is port. That doesn't do it. Very scary for us now then. Pick the poly off that. I have to just line. I think I'm still just dead. My mage has block, so. Try to line the pets like at 3. I have cloak, but that's crazy. This should be an auto 6 win for me. Not really. Arena is not molten core. One has variance and, you know, can have a different outcome every single time and, you know, something you interact with. And one is you're literally just mashing 2 to 5 buttons and auto winning with 0 chance of failure. Why it's slop. It has about the same depth as a mobile game. But hey, 4 strength, 4 stam, leather belt, level 18. Like, there's no path to failure, so there's, like, no point. Like, the thing is, it's, people just construe time as a skill. Like, they want to be like Zezima in RuneScape or something. They'll be like, oh, it takes forever to get 60. Takes forever to get the gear you want. That must mean it's skill, because I, you know, did nothing and played the mobile game for 800 hours. But in reality, it was designed around people having like 300 ping and like 10 FPS back then, because computers were shit and the internet was shittier. Lotus. It's like attacking me. Getting cat DDoSed right now. Ported well Garuding, that's annoying. Now I'm gonna get feared because of that. Hit a random me though. Oh, I don't have poisons, that's why I'm energy starved. If my queue is like 40 minutes long. And I refreshed them after the last match, but the weak war only works on sub. I was like, why do I have no energy? I'm actually gonna die because of that, I think. I'm gouging 2 for the lock, but he's gonna get this bolt off. Half kidney, fuck it. Critical coil here, even though he doesn't have it for 10. That was a really bad run. That's the thing, right? You can follow retail PvE. So you don't have to watch the same... I was going to say same dungeon, but even that's not right, because Mythic Plus reuses dungeons all the time. So it's not like even Mythic Plusers are having new dungeons. But, yeah. To me, PvE is like playing a console or like single player game or a campaign. Once you've beaten it, you can only squeeze so much out of it. And it's not even like a involved enough one where your gameplay changes enough where that can make more replayability. Like at least in Elden Ring, you can kind of have different gameplay. I think in general, just like the time gatedness of like trying to farm gear in vanilla is just actually just preying on gambling.
Cat.
People want to have bisque gear, you know, and it's just you raid the same boss for like 7 months and what you want doesn't drop. And it's just gambling of will I get that item, even though you don't even need it because you already cleared the content the first week. And it just gets easier and easier each week. The raid doesn't scale and get harder and harder. You know, there's not a Mythic Plus raid scaling where the more gear you get, the harder the raid gets. Or like a, you know, a difficulty above Mythic or something. True. An Xbox controller. Yeah, thank you, Dankston. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. There should have been a 6-0 and not a 5-win, but... Held that. I'm actually dead. That's annoying. My Vanish came out stopping that. This should be an auto 6 over me, it's annoying. Yeah, at the end of the day, like, changing it to 2.4, 2.7, 2K, 1800 doesn't really matter, because all that matters is inflation. And people will never play the middle of a season unless they're a streamer or a booster. Because the perception is you'll just go up 500 more rating than you deserve by just waiting the last month of the season. So there's no incentive to play in the middle of a season at all. Tried to immune the coil, but... Try to just rapid firing bolts. Like they're frost bolts. If I got the death mark there because he had no trinket, he actually would have died. Didn't get the Groudon healer like I wanted. I'm actually just dead. Got the swap off, love to see it. Lining all this CC, my mages block. I get arena sec. My re broke to nothing. I've melded 4 though at least. I let him get the resheep. Keep lining because they landed CC. Maybe get a re. Nah, pet stops it. If we get a full CC chain here, we can press death mark. He does. And we just get block. I'll have my cloak, I'm being really greedy. Nice. Anyone has beta? Whisper me, we can set up some duels or something. And Refi resubbing 52 months, god damn. Oh, the Holy Priest? Good shit, man. Honestly, I read your name as something very different mid-game. Day's been going good so far. Westfall dueling area dead? Was it ever alive on the beta? Next game, honestly, there's not going to be anything that replaces Arena ever. Basically just League and MOBAs, but because every popular game nowadays is just an FPS. People just fought them over to an FPS game like Arc Raiders for like a month or two, and then that's it. Well, I don't think this chest dropped in the right spot. Like in the wall. I had to level, but probably a couple weeks. Bug report time. I think they have the data on that one. Because they don't like links in the bug reports. I guess I could type Blade Burrows. Yep. One fuck you, yeah. There was max level templates on the alpha, but not with gear, but you just made a max level and dueled with greens. I could probably get a skirmish queue if I played level 80, but I want to actually play with the new talents and shit. While we're in shuffle queue. Wonder if we could duel in the city. Probably not, right? Oh, you can. That's kind of sick. Guy's not max level though. Wonder if I could kill a healer. Yeah, at least like certain zones had what you wanted in the other one. But what do you mean every campaign? Or which one mod are you going for? The Suramar one's not that bad. The Enchant and Valshara is not that bad. It's really just like waiting for the last raid to come out to get the sites. Alright. I guess you mean like the Illidari commander thing? So I don't think that's all the campaigns. There's just the red one from doing Mythic plus 30, 100 world quests from 100 world quests is purple. Mythic plus 30 is red. Green, I don't think it's tied to campaigns. I thought that was just getting max level or something. And then the yellow one is do all the raids. But since all the raids aren't out yet, you can't get it. Because they're like time gated. But I don't care about the yellow one. I'll just go get the sites and then I'll be done. I don't know, maybe I'll do it, but... That's a staff? How is this a staff? I had to level. Took forever. I think these are just placeholders. I don't think this is the real set. I don't even think you can test the raids. You can't even do the AI battlegrounds. Like it pauses and doesn't pop. So like even if you level to 90, there's nothing to do. I guess you could stay level 80 in skirmish without full talents, but then at that point you might as well just play the real game. All you're doing is testing no UI, not really testing other stuff. Yeah, they're keeping the crafting system. Probably, yeah. On retail, Asta plays 2-piece. You do like engineering goggles. You pretty much just do tier gloves and legs for Asta. I doubt they're adding the templates anytime soon, but... Dude, that's insane. The 4-piece is not that great, but the 2-piece is great. That's insane for Outlaw. That might actually make Outlaw be good, this tier set. That's going to give it a lot of mobility. I mean, it already has infinite mobility with grapple and CDR, but having one cheap shot's going to be a big deal. I think sub will be good. It'll be like the only spec with 2 stuns. Rings and weapons? What do you mean? On the page where you just look to the set. Random set bonus. I don't know what they do. This doesn't work in Arena. This is the same as Dragonflight. Just the war mode gear having a set for World PvP, but... Be cool if they got rid of PvE tier sets though, and just kind of had a PvP set. Well, it's like lower item level gear anyway. Like, it's just PvP gear should have a different set bonus than PvE gear. So otherwise, it's just a lottery of who gets the best tier sets. There's a port down here. I'm frantically looking for PvP to be had. Works are good on midnight? I don't know yet. Because there's not like real gear and like... I'm like one of the only 90s. So there's like no one really to fight. I wonder if you could duel people at the player housing. If anyone has beta. Wants to help me test stuff. Instant 90 tomorrow for beta? I have no idea. Probably not. They hate PvPers, so... I wouldn't... Considering I can't even do the training grounds, I wouldn't put my money on it. Maybe in like a month or something, there might be like a 90 template, but it won't have like gear or anything. But then people will at least be able to duel. But I don't think they're gonna like properly like put in ranked and like give it a wide MMR range. So the queues will actually pop and have like a preseason of sorts. Because that would get people too hyped about the game and give someone, you know, give something to people to do while they're waiting for the end of the season, since like middle of seasons are unplayable. But, you know, that'd be sick. I remember, like, Kata was super dead, and, like, me, Starship, Sev, like, a bunch of people, we, like, all set up war games on the beta, and we would just war game each other all day, and it was great. It was like we got to just play PvP. I mean, Jack's got top 4. I mean, that's a little inspiring. I don't know, if I have good teammates or something, and I just take PTO off work. Maybe. I think the pre-patch is like January 27th. That might go on for a couple weeks. It might go on for a month. I don't know. Pre-patch is usually like, what, 2 to 4 weeks? And then you'll get to max level, and then the arena season probably won't start for another 2 weeks into the arena, into being max level, doing nothing at max level. Like just farming like blue gear and dungeon gear for no reason that you're going to replace with honor gear like the second you log in. People are going to get sweaty and they're going to honor cap like 10 characters to just transfer honor all to their main. But yeah, I mean, likely we'll like see some real actual season going on. Maybe like March. Counting pre-patch, counting downtime at max level. Yep. That's how it is every expansion. The expansion ends, you have downtime. Then the new expansion comes out. You do boring leveling PvE content you don't want to do, and then you have downtime. And then you get the season starts, and you get all your gear, and you have fun for like a month, and then everyone quits until the end of the season. Kind of the timeline. Where are people at? I wonder if I can find which house this guy's is. Ballandor. This guy not in my neighborhood. I don't think he is. Crazy because the beta is like open to anyone that buys the Epic Edition. So it's like open floodgates, not even a closed beta or closed alpha, and you still can't find anyone. It's because they don't let you play max level without campaigning for like 10 hours for like filler placeholder quests. Like even having like the alpha without like day one max level PvP is crazy to me. God, mine stands out like such an eyesore. Hell yeah. Well, you can move the whole house. I didn't realize. Hopefully we get another acid shuffle real quick. Let me just check my friends list, see if there's any real threes or something. I think I'm in offline mode. How you doing, Chalupas? That's part of the Doom soundtrack. Yeah, Mick Gordon, the guy that does the soundtracks for Doom, like the FPS games. Yeah, this song is The Only Thing They Fear Is You. But yeah, we are jamming. Is that your favorite mount? I like the Cataglide mounts usually because they're my more rare glide mounts. Did Jax mostly play? I don't know. Did he? I didn't see any of his games. I just know he got top 4. I wanted to play Mop. I just don't have time to gear it and do professions and all that shit. I mean, maybe I just do the viewer twos grind. I don't know. I can't get a shuffle to pop. I was working for most of AWC, so like if I play an X expansion, I'll have to use PTO for it. I'm excited because there's a LAN next BlizzCon, so it'd be kind of sick to qualify for a LAN. I don't know. Everyone I like is pretty much quit. Egg's not really a person that competes. But comps, I mean, just R&B always. Who I am. Whether it's meta or not. I mean, Boomy's boring. I hope Boomy's not good. too matchup specific. Like there's just matchups where you can't get root beam off, or like Boomy's just dead into rogue mage. Like it's like cheesier. Oh, I went down my friends list. Oh, fixed it. $25-minute queue for a match. Hell yeah. Nothing really. Just T doesn't give you mastery anymore, and you have energy regen without it. So you just trade T for like Gormal. You didn't really lose any buttons. Some specs are mega pruned. They're like healers and fire mage and stuff like that. Survival hunter too, apparently. I pressed meld there, it didn't go off. Maybe he gets his altar off. I just want some games on the beta, but I can't even do battlegrounds against bots. I can gouge DPS more. Or if the mage is bad and not getting CC for like a minute straight, then yeah, you just kind of do your own gouge into micro CC kind of thing. But My kick landed, but like here, this mage is never sheeping, right? So I'm just gonna micro. We overlap kicks again. Mage gonna die here. Actually swap. Hell yeah. Maybe I get a re off this if I'm lucky. Nope. No angel farm or anything for 20. Pops my death mark. Kitty no blink, but I'll get there. He's soloing the hunter. Might get a re. No, we actually lose still. Yeah, you could never do that on sub ever. What? What is auto plan? Nope, too much dialogues. Should've just gotten DFA, I guess. These mages aren't doing anything with tricks. I love being CC'd more than healers, man. I've God Feint for all that and it still almost soloed me. I stopped the fear. He triggers to get the fear. I don't get improved Garrote after my subterfuge because the game's buggy. Omega negative ray there. Full nuke into that. Ray of Hope 22 million. God damn. Didn't paint that, a little scary. Could've just stayed DFA, honestly. Hunter does enough damage without me. I'm the only one that could die, so I just gotta line and get a re. Or I could stay in combat for like 3 business days. 7 wins. No, I'm kidding. I know it's bugged. Can't believe I lost a round in this lobby though. I think it's a 5er. I should not have cheaped to just let him blink away. Why am I still in combat? It's been like 15 seconds. Still in combat, by the way. Why am I just chain device the entire video game? Hunter has turtle for this, but waiting for a cleanery. There we go. Or Nova could just hit me like 10 yards away. Another like 130 points. I think it is for like another month or two, yeah. There's an illusion, there's like these fire capes, like it's a red cape, purple cape, and green and blue. And then the sights are gonna be cool when the last raid comes out. Separate Thug, I wouldn't bother with it. Unless you're already like rank 1. You can get the solution. Pretty cool. Oh, wrong WoW. That'll happen. I was like, there's these capes. Red is from doing Mythic plus 30. Green is... Purple's from doing 100 world quests on hard mode. Green, I forget what it's from, but it's easy. Yellow is doing all the raids. Then the sides are kind of cool. And then this is the enchant. For sub, yeah. You're only really trading T for Gormal. I have every elite set ever. I'm missing the pants for Ruthless and then like half of Tyrannical, but I quit in Tyrannical and didn't finish my gear. But yeah, Ruthless, it was like before Transmog came out and I just vendored the pants. And I've opened so many tickets and they won't give it to me. I always play low settings, yeah. And I have a 5090. Hard to hit 360 hertz, 1440p while multi-streaming. Oh, this guy's got gear. Got 30k HP on me. Probably WAD in hindsight. I didn't enjoy it back in the day, but... Then Mop. Then Kata, then Wrath. Then Legion. Well, Shadowlands, then Legion. Maybe Dragonflight would be above Legion. Nah, I put Legion above Dragonflight. Legion, then Dragonflight. And then, BFA and TBC are unplayable. Absolute dog shit. TBC was great the first time around, non-classic. Like, because there was nothing else yet. And it just hadn't been improved upon yet. Yeah. I mean, there wasn't too much pruning in WAD. You still had old graphics and old animations that were a lot better. WAD is the best, man. I already said that. I said WAD by a large margin, then Mop, then Kata, then Wrath. How you doing, Zuni? Then Shadowlands slash Dragonflight slash Legion. Big drop off though. And then BFA and TBC are unplayable. At the end of the day, if there's any PvE gear you have to get, the game's bad. If there's any chore you have to get, like Korthia or Choregast, game's bad. If you can't just log in and press PvP, that is a huge problem. And if there's like high RNG or high amounts of passives, game's usually bad. Like BFA, where every single stun, you just passively got shield wall for no reason from your Azerite traits or whatever. Conflict and Strife. I just went to the first one, the like Holland drone or whatever. Now, I'm not gonna like go through hundreds of hours leveling and gearing to play MoP and professions and all that. Not worth it. Especially for like a political game with no solo queue where I just won't have people to play with anyway. Cool that you can duel in the city. I just dueled someone earlier. Player housing is kind of funny because you can just turn like clipping off, and you could also raise the scale of things to gigantic. So I put like a gigantic orc hut on top of my house. It's like bigger than the house. I just want to find someone in the housing area to see if I can duel. Because if I could actually duel at the house and have like a stream neighborhood, that'd be sick. Have like a PvP area. I mean, it's just people like either going the gambling route or they go the vanilla slop route and play vanilla 20 times in a row, playing 2 buttons. Arena's just dead because people would rather watch Molten Core for the 700th time or Nax Rammus for no reason. Because the average person just doesn't have the IQ to have any gameplay in their game at all. People just want a 4 strength, 4 stam leather belt. Noises. I think Midnight has some things that are cool. I like the no weak auras. Depends what spec you play, right? Sub, I'm just literally trading T for Gormaw. No prune. Fire Mage is like 2 buttons, like, I think all the healers are really pruned. Hunter's a little pruned. But yeah. They're going to 2 DRs of CC, but not raising the duration, but they're making the DR reset 16. So goes are gonna happen like way more often. Or like chained together better. And Cheap Shot has a cooldown. But yeah, I think 16-second DRs sound fun. And like no weak auras, so you don't just get air horn peeled 0.1. Like I'm so bored of like everyone having spaceship UIs. Three dragons, man. Trying to press death mark one time ever, man. I don't want to vanish, but I have to. I actually faked a kick one time. Cloak in 3. My meld bug, so I don't get a garrote. Feels bad. Maybe still kill before I die? Hell yeah. That would have been tragic to lose the double dragon red. I don't even think Omnibar should be allowed, but I do think there should be interrupt tracker built into the arena frame. Should just be big debuffs and S arena. And then some of the stuff in Better Blitz frames, like the combat indicator, old school combo points, class colors, all like the actual HUD stuff, not really spell stuff. I should have said. Meld bugs, as usual. I'm actually dead. Hope I can kite the pets there with Shiv, but... Meld bugs, of course. I'm gonna die to that binding shot. He was so close to dying, man. Play classic now. I was too busy with like work to gear and level and do professions and all that. Play mop. And I don't really like PvE, and that's all like vanilla and stuff is. This can 3v1 in PvP zones. Healers are really OP in world PvP, yeah, because they're not nerfed by dampening by like 20 to 80%. They're always really overtuned, especially like in Battleground Blitz. There's no dampening there either. Where a healer is like easily worth multiple people. I shouldn't press that into War of Sacrifice. Jesus. I don't even get to press death mark and I'm still pumping. There's 3 dragons in this lobby. Heartslike 17 sub rogue. Do your rotation perfectly, get micro CC on DR, never get faked on your kick ever, feint every single stun. And then probably go negative win rate. And have rank 1 be hundreds of rating lower than every other spec in the game. And then just play Asa and win on accident. Because you tab growed at everything. And have double the sustained DPS and double the burst. I haven't been able to growth the hunter as much. Didn't micro CC too much. Might get a re off this if I'm lucky. Huge if I do. Nope. He actually flew that. Wow, I'm dead. Too bad this guy's permanently freedom the whole game, so Shiv doesn't help me connect. Terrible Shiv then. Try to peel the air horn. They wasted bleed dispel. I get to actually play the game. You might die in turtle. No. Dispel me one time. Hell yeah. Hopefully we don't die without turtling it. Oh, I was gonna go cheap shot the healer. Overlap kick, feels bad. Might get a re here. Might be dead. I have cloak back now, we're chilling. And then I die as we're killing here. That sucks. It just does the worst DPS of the game. Asset has double the burst, double the sustain, and Garot's a whole nother DRFCC. But yeah, hopefully Midnight sub is better, because like it'll be the only rogue spec with multiple stunts. And Asa is also losing AoE Garot, so hopefully Outlaw doesn't just outshadow it. Tired of playing PvE specs every expansion. Shouldn't have trinketed that. I paint for all this. Cloak and 10. I'll put my 100 turtles high and doesn't just die this global. These dynasty turtles. Sucks that I gave precog, but I get a re out of this if I'm lucky. Never lucky. Well, that was not worth the Q time. I love getting 3 dragons on Asa. Getting PTSD from this though. Getting perfect parries on that fight in Expedition 33. Was annoying. Oh, there's not enough 90s. This used to be crit damage, right? Not crit chance. No, it is crit chance. Okay. Even on retail, I just checked. I wish I could actually queue the training grounds. To have something to do. I think it's good for sub rogue, yeah. Cheap shot cooldown's gonna be weird to get used to, but I think they'll actually give it damage. Oh, you can house teleport, I think, from here. They haven't said anything about it, so I would assume not. I had to level manually. I wanted to test out all the talents and help skill capped with something, you know? But I think this is actually the build. This is only Shadow Strike damage, and Macabre's only like 4,000. And then I think Trickster is probably better than Deathstalker, just because they made it to where you can't move your stacks around with Shadow Strike when they're already out. So a lot of times you get stuck with your stacks on the wrong person, and it feels really shit. which I think is not a bug. I think it's a feature because they wrote a blue post about it. They intentionally changed it because of Asa, because they moved Deathstalker stacks to Garrote, and they didn't want Asa to like accidentally keep moving their stacks mid rotation and have to keep starting their rotation over because they tabbed out at everything. But that's really gonna fuck over Sub. So I think the answer is to just go Trickster instead of Deathstalker. $90 is the max level. Average wait time 43 minutes for shuffle. It's not prime time anymore. I'm playing the beta and retail, but my Asa shuffle queues are starting to get too long. I need 100 points for number 1. But we just keep getting 3 and 4 wins because we keep getting multiple dragons every lobby. So no dealing with bleed execute or bleed removal. Ugh. That's the keycaps, but the keyboard doesn't come like this. But I'm using the Wooting 80 HE. The keycap set is GMK Pulse. And then I switched the switches to, forget what they're called. Yeah, I'm using G on raw switches. So I've modded it out a little bit. Garage sale? I mean, you do you, man. I just like being comfy. Yep, the LASIK's been nice. I'm using a custom modded version of a Ninjutsu Sora V2, but it's kind of modded into a fingertip mouse. I mean, I'm still working full time. I just quit my second job, so I stream 2 to 3 days a week. Potentially 4 if I don't girlfriend aggro on Sunday. But if I'm taking her out, Sunday is hit or miss. Monday, Tuesday, always. Every other Wednesday, I'm on. But always Monday, Tuesday. Like 6 to 8 hours, unless I'm bored or there's nothing to do. But yeah, if there's no GF aggro, you can potentially have Sunday. And then Monday, Tuesday, always, unless something emergency's going on. And then Wednesday, you know, if I have work or not. Sometimes I do before work, 2-hour streams, but I didn't get to see her that much because I'm still night shift, but even though we live together. A little awkward, but yeah, Shot in the Dark's kind of weird. It doesn't apply on stealth. It only applies on dance and vanish. But yeah, it's kind of weird that you don't keep it always. Yeah, SSRIs are brutal. Might send some YOLO 3s with Maldiva. And challengers. Well, there is PvP training dummies. It's just at the PvP area. Okay, that's good to know. I was like, there's no PvP dummy over here. That's crazy. But yeah. Oh, there's even a healing dummy. That's cool. Yeah, you can get Conquest, but only from like the war mode crates. Nah, Bargain's terrible. Bomb, Feint, Disarm, way too good. Potentially even Tricks. You have to level up more. I'm at level 90. Yeah, I think this is the build I'm ending on, depending on what this talent is. If this talent's good, I'll get rid of First Dance. Like, over 10 hours, probably, in between shuffle queues. But yeah, I think, Trickster is just better than Deathstalker, because they, like, fuck Deathstalker over really bad. Like, if your stacks are already out, you can't move them around with Shadow Strike. Because of, like, the change they did for Essa. So, yeah, I think that just makes Trickster better. You can't, like, move your stacks properly. Which is really stupid. So that kind of kills that hero talent tree. Even though this 20% crit damage is so good with this 30% crit damage and this 10% crit damage. But I mean, you get a lot of mastery from playing Trickster anyway. And then you have the sap range that's like nice quality of life. But yeah, this is only Shadow Strike damage, and then Macabre's only like 4k. Release date prediction? I mean, the pre-patch is 27th of January. That's already announced. Now, pre-patch, 2 to 4 weeks maybe. And then after you level, then it's going to be like 2 weeks before the arena season starts at max level. So you probably won't see actual arenas being played on like actual ranked live, you know, so like March. But yeah. Not anymore, Chalupas. I'm trying to log my ult and do some YOLO threes. Yeah, the step cooldown reduction's gonna suck to lose for sure. What do you mean precise killer? Oh yeah, that's what I was just talking about. Yeah, nimble is like smart AoE now. I think you still CC yourself on coup de grace, but like when you do your finisher with all 4 stacks, but at least you also just go through your stacks quicker with this. Yeah, I think I'm gonna revamp my UI a lot in Midnight. I think I'm gonna switch my mouse buttons to Alt and Control and do like combos of mouse buttons with spells, kind of peekaboo style. And then we're gonna put all my CCs and dance on an action bar above my target frame, where like my weak auras were. Yeah, 50% more Gorma is gonna be huge. That's probably another reason why I think it's good. But yeah, I'm gonna put like my CCs and dance like above my target frame as like an action bar. And then I'm gonna try to like not do 2 long rows. I'm just gonna prune more of the stuff to the right side that are hidden, and try to have like 2 small medium rows, even though they're not pruning anything. But I'm gonna like prune my UI. So I can use my awareness elsewhere better for since there won't be weak auras. Yeah, just quality of life is way higher on the beta. Because like you have T doesn't give mastery, so you actually get to play subterfuge. You get to have 2 banishes, you get to have subterfuge. You have good energy without T. You have 30-second baseline dance. You don't have to farm finishers, you don't have to spam fan and knives. Not like finishers per minute to have dance, you just always have the same dance cooldown. You can go for Rees. I mean, the bad rogues are gonna like accidentally immune their cheap shots or do shitty DR cheap shots and not do like 2-in-1 goes and stuff like that. The skill cap's gonna be how you use your stuns. Just a little good micro CC, you know, good uptime. Being able to do goes every 16 seconds is gonna be sick too. Yeah, if anyone's 90 on the beta and wants to duel me with full balance, I'm down. Hopefully they add 90 templates though, so people actually play. I want to set up war games really bad. I faint for that. Wanted to sap that, but putting out trinket. They just don't want to die. And we're gonna die. Nice, he swapped. Money Mike donating the precog. Throwing non-true shot kind of sucks, but Big blades on this guy in a sec. He's dead. It's so annoying. That earth grab just won him the game. The hunter got to play for a global, so I got earth grabbed. Instant break rupture? No. Oh, you shouldn't. Yeah. I said it should. I was like, wrong. That's like the whole point of the CC change. I crashed my game, so I tried to open iMore. And it's not updated. Oh, it didn't crash me. Oh, now it crashed me. Yeah, you could just go to CurseForge, set it to like a retail beta, and it should let you do it. For S Arena, better Blizz plates and better Blizz frames. Really? I'm gonna crash my game again, because I thought it was up to date. I just downloaded the new iMorph, but it's still out of date. How? Alright, we're good. I have to reload for my frames though. I don't know what the third is. Boomy apparently. Okay. But DCing myself kind of fucked my frames. Tried to evade disarm. Didn't get it. Alright, this arm was good. Hopefully we're not just dead. Good CS. Can you H-pal off that? I'll just DR blind for a sap to get my dots off. I triggered at the sap, so I can do a full kidney. Can't stop the rep because bubble. That's crazy. Not having the DR tracker for Boomy didn't help, but I was trying to get Imorph going and it didn't want to go. Sub just doesn't do enough damage. They didn't do a good job peeling me at all. But if this only hits for like 3 million. I just play the one shot for no voice games. I just got the capes and that's it for the most part. I didn't play that much. Couple hours here and there. But yeah, I quit my second job. So I've been playing like 2 to 3 days a week now. Yeah, I just grabbed a carry for the red. For like pretty cheap. The purple one took a while though. The 100 world quests. I was just doing a couple world quests a day. Held the bolt. I'm dead, even though I painted this. Ah, dome. Fine. Evasion gouge. I'm one shot really soon. It was like early on when people were still offering it. I did like 150k gold or something. First couple weeks. Yeah. I have the one job now, so I'm trying to stream Sundays that I'm not with my girlfriend, and then almost every Monday, Tuesday, and then every other Wednesday. But the goal is like 100 hours a month, or 100 hours a year for like a grand a month, or, you know, 10k a year, a grand a month kind of thing. Which is significantly less than the second job I had, but I couldn't keep doing 80, 90 hour weeks for more than 3 months. I burnt out too quick. Might be dead here, even though I didn't paint this. That paint's up though. Somehow I'm 100 million above an asshole. That's insane to me. Yeah, the purple one's a bit much to get. fan of that. Block the fear. Wanted to sap that, but he had dots anyway. Very scared. He broke back high, but can't stop the fear out of it either. Can smoke bomb this guy in 3 and maybe stun his trinket. Might sap priest out of that actually. Got swap. Step kick into blind in a sec. I'll just blind now actually because he wants to fear. Kill the rat. Get my sap. Get a resap. This guy's still alive because rat hunter players. Love that Rets are just a prop paladin. Got ward off. Just doing the normal T build. and paint that. That's a good grip. Maybe I could sap that. They'll land a lot of CC here. Ain't that? Should be okay. Bro. I thought they were actually gonna get the cross kill there. For whatever reason, me and Hansel don't have synergy at all. We're homies, we queue occasionally, but yeah. We don't really ever do well together. I think Shuffle should be replaced with like private server solo queue, best of one, melee range healer, queues into the normal bracket, and just has a separate rating system, even though you just lose to premates, but it would just be a better system to make queues pop. And what do you mean a fourth? I don't have a fucking first or a second. Better off just importing some Europeans. Play with like P-Make or Soquin or something. Go Rogue, I'm on Rogue. Fuck the blind. I paint for that, it should be okay. Won't be able to sap this. Unless I get a re right here. No, I stay combat. I don't know about the triple DR freeze spear. That was a little sketch, but. Like that. I love that he can scatter me while disarmed. Oh, he's so dead. Yeah. That matchup seems really unplayable. Way too easy for Hunter to just peel me 4 different ways. Even if the IBF air let me swap on Ross, they still just don't have an opening. Crazy they haven't nerfed Hunter yet. Like AWC is over. Didn't paint that. This bomb doesn't really get anything. I'm gonna lose my crit buff, but actually I'll move my stacks to the pet. That's fine. I could have sap ally there, but his dots should break. Well, I got back in combat. Feels bad. It would have been DR anyway, I guess, but... Paint that. Crazy doesn't get punished for blinking into our pillar because he can blink backwards. That should be like the penalty of playing blink stun, is that you get forced to blink in a bad spot. Can't go sap that because I'm stuck in roots. Here's wall and dark pack. We're chilling. I have cloak everything. We're very ahead. Depends if you're playing 4-set or not, but get your stacks going. I have True GCD in the bottom left also. I mean, Scatter's way more overpowered. They can do it while disarmed, goes through evasion. Like, there's no counterplay to it. It's just a guaranteed really long range 4-second peel that just auto stops any go if you have awareness. Especially when you have survival where you have like Intim, Binding, Scatter, and Disarm. Like, you can auto stop anything that ever happens. Pretty sure they all had Intim, yeah. I did play a lot of Acid Shuffles today. We're still only like top 10. We're trying to get number 1, but we're like 100 points off. Yeah, I've been pumping on Acid Shuffles the last couple days. Well, last couple times I played. Kill this guy out of smoke bomb real quick. Didn't get to paint this, but should be fine. Oh, we overlap pretty big there. Blinds me, but okay. I think he DC'd or something? No, they didn't. I mean, it's just way stronger than Sub. It's not even remotely close in Shuffle. Sub's just miserable. One of the worst specs in the entire game in Shuffle. Coordinated, you can kind of play it, but... Outlaws for tournaments, Assets for Shuffle, and then Sub is for Blitz. And Viewer 2s. Nothing important. God, I really didn't want to vanish there. Gotta hit, they can just root. I don't know if we needed that, but... Ain't that. Mob's done here, I need to be careful. Patient disarm, huge. I blinded into that, feels bad. Nice, full fear though. Guy stays combat so I don't get a sap. Knocked into ring for pre. Dead. Unless they gap and let me Hellstone, but... I got the Hellstone off, maybe not. I have Trinket now, we're chilling forever. Can't stop that. End of this, so I'm not going to use anything. Killing sprees into my evade. I paint for that. Paint to every stun this game. Banish the surge so it doesn't go off. Well, I don't get the sap that I wanted. Going through Feint, I don't care. They're all just getting warlocked. Love to see it. All right, 10% mana. I mean, we're low mana too, but paint that. You fainted before the stun deers were ready, so that's huge. We just go now. No feint. Bomb the slate. Oh, that's like an 8-minute dampener right there. $120 million up on an outlaw. That's sub. Big damn. Big 800k sub DPS. I'm doing some disc priest damage. That's just like the actual sustained DPS build too, not even the one-shot build. I'm playing lingering and not flag. Like flag symbolic, I can maybe get like a 4.5 million of this, but I lose so much sustained damage. Fan of that, it should be fine. Block fear, huge. Good clone. Another paint's up. I had paint for that stun too. Blades really soon. They're running for fear. I'll try to go stop it. Actually picks me on that. Getting cloned before I do anything, and then I'll use stuff. I just get triple stunned here. In the clone. Thunder's needed. Disarm. Kill the Incar and the rest again. Finish my stacks. Getting double feared here in a sec. He has fear in one. I have to get away from the fear. Dodge the fear. Gonna maybe meld sap there instead of meld reach shotting. Or overlap kicks. Tried to cloak fear, but he didn't do it. Might be dead in a sec. Or I might just kill here. That's gonna break the secret tech, but I had evasion in 1 second for that. I was spamming it. Well, that sucks. I wanted to step stun that, but I was still on global. It's close. I'm dead. Nice swap. Dying through it. Hunter things, literally, just triple killing me, man. We went like right here too. Might still be a cross kill. Nah. That's crazy. I just needed to not let that one clone go off and I would have killed like minutes sooner. It's annoying positioning because they're like always lining and we don't get a pillar there from where they're camping. Have to drag them back eventually so that we have the pillar and they don't. Bro, I hate the Sentinel route so much. I'm actually dead. Oh, good. Step behind aim shots, it doesn't go off just to be annoying. Now just Aura Mastery. Keep everything dotted. Stun healer in a sec. Hellstone, I guess. No, he's dead. Even though it's not even cooldowns from I guess it's TK cooldown, but that's cringe. It's not true shot is what I mean. Wait, this is crit mastery and not verse mastery. I made that wrong when I made it. You just fainted 3 times in a row. Got Trinket there though, so that's good. And they wasted Surge and got nothing with it. Faint that. Getting chastised, speared. I cloak the stun. Should be fine. Going through faint, fuck it. Yeah, they're still pissed they're 0-2 to no voice, that they're just damping so much harder now. They're not playing aggro at all anymore. Like gouge breaking is really annoying. And the side, like, can't step kitty behind his evasion even though he didn't turn. Need to hit the mage more, but a little scary for me here, but alright, Pain touched me, we're chilling. Gonna lose my crit buff because I haven't touched anything for like 30 seconds. Got the holy word off. And we just die randomly to the arcane one shot. The rogue didn't even touch him. Well, still like 3-1 for us, but we were winning that whole game, even though they were just playing so damp. He just actually did an 8 million barrage. 70-0 and a global. Oh, I thought that rogue was a self-play. But that game he fainted a lot better. But the other game he was like 120 million behind on the outlaw. Oh, did you queue a game? You're gonna make me queue another game to pass you back? I see how it is. I'm not gonna queue at 10 PM now. I'll queue tomorrow. I'm past here. Not your spot ever, man. Unless I actually quit. Then you can have it one day. Rude, man. Actually, what do I even do to that? They both are just AMS and IBF aggro. I gouged and disarmed. I tested housing, yeah. I mean, I guess I gotta sap one of the DKs, but I don't know how you feel that. They both just have 3 trinkets. Yeah, I'm trying to get #1 Asa, but I need like 100 points. I just keep getting dragons every game on Asa. Like, actually just sniping and dodging. I had a triple dragon lobby. Like, I wish I could get that on sub ever. I got a Devoker 5 lobbies in a row on Asa. Wasn't even the same one every time. I think like 2-8 or something. That wouldn't matter because it just creates more spots. I'm taking your #1 always. Unless it's Calvish past me by more than 100 points. But it's just too easy not to grab it back. I literally could just queue one game, go 2 and 4, and still pass you. That's the way it goes, man. Unless I go like 0 and 6 twice in a row and ruin my MMR. That's like the only way I get fucked. Since like, you know, people just don't play chef. Gonna lose my crit buff here, but I'm actually dead. Hunter got a global off. Kill class. I'm still just dead. I guess I should have perma-lined instead of walking up to stop the clone, but... Hunters are so good at everything, it's crazy. Even if they're terrible with crit immune and terrible with scatter, like, they still just peel everything. I have faint for all that, should be fine. little scary here. Oh, we have a lot of picks. I think we're still dead. I actually dead. I really didn't want to cloak here. I faint for that, so I should be fine. Nice kick. Well, contend, but I'm probably dead here. Yep. All the insta-cast garbage went off. Gmo like soloed me. I think it's built into better Blizz plates. I just wouldn't play double DPS ever. Unless you're multi rank 1 and smurfing like 400 rating lower than you want. But double DPS is not fun. You have like 1.5 goes to win. But just play Subterfuge and, you know, pray that their team is bad. Try to kill a smoke bomb and ice wall, but it's not viable. I answered you, better Blizz plates. Double DPS hasn't been good since, like, Shadowlands. There's certain people make it work, but not really that good. Not like a go 90% win rate, be top of the bracket, you know? Nah, I'm queuing up tomorrow. You can have it half a day. It's just not prime time to queue right now. And right now I'm just doing some no voice games, but this isn't like high MMR3s. Q into Q. I answered you 3 times, Hamilton. But better Blizz plates. It's all good. Rest in peace, my goat. They tab kill me. Play storms out of my stun, feels bad. Storm demolished, we should be chilling. No feint for this, I'm probably dead. Yep. That sucks. I think it just depends what you're queuing into, if they let you cast or not. You can actually do damage. I'm just gonna go subterfuge. Guy DC'd. Rest of my team wants to wait, apparently. I wouldn't wait. Thunder is a boring as hell matchup. What am I in combat with? There we go. No, he didn't. Hopefully this breaks so I can tap. Never does. Raging Maim. Huge. Getting disarmed. I'll just trigger it. That map's really rough for us because we just can never fear ever. They have 2 tremor totems. Someone's got tremor, and then where's got his Zerker. The fact that warriors have had a tremor totem for like 3 or 4 expansions now without it being pruned is insane. What, did he actually DC too? Usually it only DCs one person on that mind control DC. Yeah, it did DC both, huh? You're right. Huh. Weird. Yeah, that's pretty rare. Usually just one person DCs, yeah. I shouldn't have wasted Nahj R1 Rogue, even though I'm going primarily DK. I'm dead. Wait, how did he have a second Pokemon? Oh no, he didn't even use Pokemon the first time. Alright, we're chilling actually. Might still be dead. Oh. It's gonna break the secret attack probably. Oh, it didn't break. I'm off stun DR. They want to do a go really soon. He has AoE blind too. There's the AoE blind. Might still be dead. This is the weirdest arena I've ever played. Feels like Shadowlands kinda, honestly, how scripted this is. That poor... The DK scene guy, man. He did 65 million damage. Honestly, that's a tweet. Honestly, we're tweeting that. Guy is such a fucking annoying person on Twitter. The guy did 65 million damage. Like, does he even have his keyboard plugged in? The rogue scene, man. Doing disc priest damage. What is it? I have to take 300 MMR to queue into him, man. That's something. He's doing 300k DPS. Oh no. And that's with Trickster AoE too. Oh no. Is there somebody you know? I don't know. He's like another streamer, but he's like a weirdo on Twitter. He's always saying he's the best rogue of the entire game on Twitter. He's always just like, I'm the rogue scene. He just says that all the time. Like his Twitter is super unhinged. Fake smoke bombing people is pretty funny though. That talent is terrible. Because you can't distract drinks. And then you lose the 10% crit too. Not always. I'm just tilted because we were losing a lot. We tanked like 200-300 of them more. Top 5 sub-rogues more than. I think Calvish is the only sub-rogue. I don't play enough. The Spec is extinct. There's not even 5 sub-rogues to list. Most people are either on MOP or they just play other classes. Like Palomore is always playing other classes. Explicit rarely plays. Whacked is on MOP. Peekaboo is like a vanilla PvEer. I'm talking about NA though. There's not really any sub-rogues on NA anymore, besides Calvish is literally like the only rogue. And even then he's usually on ults too. Playing other classes. It's not that fun to play sub-rogue. Everyone just air horn peels you every time. And you don't always have the resources to like triple cross. Hopefully DR Fear so I can get a sap. Nah, he doesn't get it. Invasion Bash? Oh, he's playing Roar, I forgot. Line that. Keep dots on all of them. Might be dead here though. That was terrible of me. Didn't think the dragon would rescue him ZX like that. Wish they didn't blades, but I'm gonna be dance charge as hell starved now. Paint that. Was a good time stop. Or oh, that massive angle. That trinket? Oh, it didn't let me. Even though I was pressing it. Dying through Hellstone and Evasion and Feint. You play Mop? No, there's a fake Nahj on Mop, but it's not me. I didn't have time to level and gear and all that. Play a game with no solo queue that I don't have that many people added to play with anymore. Easy clap. There's triple Sam DR cheap, yeah, the DRP. Man's not playing. I quit. I mostly did, yeah. I was just working 2 full-time jobs for like 4 months, like 90 hours a week. And then I just recently quit my second job, so I'm trying to play like 2 or 3 days a week now. The goal is make 1,000 a month from playing like 100 hours a month. Like part-time. Yeah, if I wasn't doing my warehouse full-time, all-hour shifts multiple days a week, I was doing my SEO remote stuff. And then sometimes even doing my remote stuff at the warehouse job when I was like testing samples and stuff. I worked 2 jobs because I was in debt and still am. And this economy is dog shit. And even $6 grand a month after insurance and tax and everything, and then adding in my girlfriend's income to like almost 10K a month, probably still wasn't that much. It didn't feel like. The economy is that bad, man. Like our 1-bedroom apartment is like 1,700. Like that should be a mortgage. But I can't move because family and stuff. I guess to run out of that. Wish the gouge didn't break. Watch the fear. Did that heal? No sync? Got sync out of the way. I think we're dead though. Gouge at 5. He gets that fear. Thought I'd get the blind. Gonna cloak there. Overlap my stuns with coil. I'm gonna just tank that. God, that's cringe. Reds are literally just prop paladins. They make the game so long. Short silence, yeah. Depends on your playstyle, but most matchups tease better. Otherwise, you just don't do enough damage. Yeah, weak auras and stuff are gone next expansion. I'm paying for that. I think for this should be fine. That was the last game for my healer. Not the best win rate for no voice, just playing to chill. I don't think there's anything to do on beta still, so. On a mob, I just don't have time to gear and professions and all that bullshit. I have like 3 people I can play the video game with, and they're never going to be on when I'm not at work. So the game needs solo queue. And I don't want to go through all that effort to just like gear and profession and then have to beg people to play. Like, nah. I don't know, I'm just waiting for midnight. Because 2-week warning already happened, right? Does it end the 25th? There's no way I'm gearing and playing in the last week. I do 12-hour shifts doing quality control at a warehouse. It's like 24 an hour. What season even is it right now? Season 1 or like 3? Like season 14 right now? Or is it season 15? Oh, it's season 1? Okay. Thinking like another week. But yeah. I've been playing for almost 8 hours, so I think I'm gonna call it. Not much to do on the beta. Maybe sometime Pam though. You re-add me if you don't have me or something, but we'll figure it out.